Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for, wait a minute. Something popped up on the other monitor. For Thursday, April the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Guys, I hope you saw my post about watching Sky Q on a 650 break. Hopefully you saw that. I posted it right about here, okay? It's 8:53, watching on 550 break watch. I don't normally trade in the pre-market, but this one I did. And Monica, I don't know if you're in the room right now, but that's a perfect use of what we were talking about yesterday. Perfect use. I mean, it's textbook, absolutely textbook. Anyway, so there's SkyQ, guys. SkyQ had some, I think they had some news. Yeah, I don't see the news now. I know they had, I'm sure they had some news, but I don't see it right now. Look at my headlines here on Interactive Brokers. They sort of disappeared. Textbook, though, Monica. Textbook. I mean, I'm not saying they're all going to work like that, but oh, wow. Okay. So, well, obviously, now I apologize for our charts. We had a way to get rid of these dropping tails or bottoming tails. I haven't seen them for months, and now they're back. I don't know, it might be the new build or whatever, but gotta get rid of this. These are actual. I mean, these are triggerable prints or something, but it looks terrible on the charts. So if you look at a chart with the SPY or a lot of these ETFs or Microsoft or Amazon, some of the big guys, you're going to see these big tops. Anyway, what I might do is I might just get rid of pre-market on my charts for a while for those sort of charts anyway. Doesn't affect charts like SkyQ, etc. So, but the main thing is, look at the SPY guys. So we're in for another disaster open. Um, so some of these little ones, there are a lot of little oil plays here. USG, TURB, well, rig. A lot of oil plays are in here. Look at silver. Look at silver getting blasted. Down 7% now. The silver ETF, SLV, down 7%. For me, the break was the 550 level Pro Gem. Okay, I was watching this. It's a ton of volume, obviously, so it's going to be super active. I thought there was some area around 535, 540 that I thought was kind of an interesting zone for it to break. And so I wanted to see it break 550, which it did, and just sort of now, obviously take profit. But that was my interpretation of what was happening with SkyQ, which I posted in the other room. You should come to, guys, if you're on YouTube, you should come to the other room. I don't know why. I guess you stay in YouTube because it's easy, but or maybe there's another reason why you don't want to come into the main room. I'm with you, William. I could not see the reason for ELAV. I mean, I was looking and I was trying to read, but I could not see what. I guess it's a financing, right? I guess it's a financing. I could not see what the financing price is though. Here's one for you, LPCN, William. I don't know if you want to take a look at it, a real cheap one. After the company's postpartum depression pill missed their late-stage trial goal. So that is LPCN on the way down. And is it bounce worthy? I mean, they're all bounce worthy. At what point? I mean, this is bounce from what was 172, but a little over 2 now. It wasn't just a pre-market entry pro gem, okay? I mean, that could have happened during market hours. It just happened that during, luckily I was up early enough for me, and it was just sort of, meandering around this area, meandering. Now, I'm a little surprised. I wish it held a little bit longer, but and it was through the, so I mean, this morning, a lot of good things going for it. Here we go. After the company announced, I mean, it's a bunch of fluff. I mean, announced that it's in discussions with crude oil companies in Nevada about increasing local production. Okay, I mean, it's a bunch of fluff that it'd be up 117% on that. But with what's happening now, again, all these little oil, anything to do with energy is obviously right now is in play, no matter if it makes sense or not for a stock like this to be up 118%. Sleep numbers also down. I was looking to see if this was an earnings play. Not a lot of volume. SNBR, not a lot of volume though. Now I'm getting the news. Ah, after the report suggesting the company is seeking an emergency loan. That's not a good press release. An emergency loan, like a loan, okay, but an emergency loan. So that is Sleep numbers. So obviously they're in trouble. Again, these are just little TMDE though. Yeah, another small. It's energy sector plays. Okay, right now TMDE, COCP, TURB, BATL. And it is not though. And it is not. Actually, it is. It is. This is the one that does low carbon natural gas and renewable natural gas for Italy. Okay, headquartered in Dallas. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's any other play in here that is not energy related. I don't think there's going to be too many. Now, what could be a very interesting one today, okay? Assuming the market, maintains its down gap, these large cap gainers, if we see anything, well, we'll probably see some energy plays in here. But if we see something outside of the energy sector in here, that means that stock is really, really going against the entire market. Because these would be large cap stocks that are near the high of the day. We probably won't find so many of those today if the market maintains its big gap down. Sorry, guys, I got a bit of a rough throat this morning. Not sore, just rough. Canary in the coal mine. Good morning, Canary. Poor canaries, the way they use them in those days. All right. Oh, well, I don't think this one is. Yeah, so this is not GLND. Well, wait a minute. Greenland Energy. Okay. I guess it is. This is an ETF. Okay, guys, I'm wondering about a round two for Sky Q later on. Maybe first of all, where could this go? I didn't really look to see where it could go. Well, you can see here's the high right up here, the 656, and what's that high right there? 669. So that was the block. That was the first block. You look at that weekly high back here. The highs are around 669, and the high today in the pre-market was 655. So I shall put a price alert above that high just to see if it takes it out again later on. Excuse me. And if it does, because then the next high, ooh, give me a moment, guys. All right. So again, my voice is a little bit rough this morning. So that high right there is 669. So I'm going to put a price alert there because then the next high in the weekly chart anyway is 896. So I'm not saying it's going to take that out at any point, but that's what it got to this morning. And again, low float. Look at the volume already, 89 million. Now, GVO is not, sorry, it is. GVO is all energy in here, basically. This is a gold ETF. Wow. Gold miners inverse three times. That means the gold miners are down about 6%. This is up 18%. Look at the sectors right now. So they only, of course, XLE in the top here, XLE, OIH, and Staples. Staples, for whatever reason, is well, basically flat. And if you scroll all the way down here, look at silver just getting creamed. Silver and gold. There's just the semis. Yeah, I don't use in our YouTube room question. Do I use a trailing stop loss? No, I don't. If the reason I don't use a trailing stop loss is because typically I am not in more than one trade, well, two trades at a time. Okay, at the same time. Really, I'm in more than one. So consequently, I can really keep an eye on it. So I don't. I just keep an eye on it, and I make up my mind where I want to get out at certain areas without but if I were in four or five trades at the same time, sure, I'd have to have something like a trailing stop loss or a trailing stop. I'm assuming you mean a trailing stop as the stock is moving higher. So my stop is moving up. But with the Sky Q, and obviously with something like this with 2.9 million in the float, I'm not going to. I mean, the minute actually I took some off just before six. I wasn't sure it would break six, and it was ecstatic when it broke six. But as it got up to 650 and started moving back down, I dumped most of mine and then just underneath six. And again, I don't often trade the pre-market, but that just set up so beautifully for me in my way of thinking. All right, guys. Let's see what time is it now. 9:15. All right. Well, let's take a look. I mean, we had a nice day yesterday. It's being obliterated today, but I want to see what happened to some of the ETFs that were underneath the 200-day moving average, and we're approaching it. After a nice 2 days. But of course, today is going to wreck all that. Once your financials are XLF, they're still, they were sort of approaching it. But I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. There's healthcare. See, healthcare actually got above it. Actually closed above it. Actually closed above it the day before too, but closed above it yesterday. For me, it was okay because it was. I saw for me there was an area around 535 that seemed to be a really good support area. So I wanted to see it break that 50-cent level, and then after that, I mean, look, do they all work like that? No. I mean, I was I was very pleasantly surprised that it shot up as much as it did in such a short period of time. But another small energy play, guys. Stack. There's the Sky Q. So, and interesting because the Sky Q, of course, is called. Well, I shouldn't say that. Of course, it's an energy play. It's an energy play. By the way, guys, what was that one from yesterday? Oh man, it's not even on my radar today. Guys, what was the one yesterday? I think we were looking for about a 350 break, and it did break in the after hours. We watched it all day long. It was sort of the big one from yesterday. I'm surprised I don't see it today, even on the way down. The one of the low floaters, of course. GLND, let's see what is happening. Okay, this is this new one, fairly new one, GLND. So yesterday's high, or yesterday's high, I guess is here. There's a high here at $10. Now, I'm sure SkyQ is not shortable for me. Wow, there are shorts. I'm surprised. There are shorts available for me if it really gives it up. Interesting. 200,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. For some reason, I did not think they'd be available. I see a breakdown of 5 is the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert around 5, see what happens at the VWAP. If it gets down there, maybe it acts as support. Tesla, even though they're saying Tesla sales jump in the first quarter, rebounding from last year's slump. Okay, but the market, guys, the market. I mean, oh man, again, you don't want to see these. If you don't want to, I mean, this is a. I hate to say it like this, but if you don't want to see these topping tails and bottoming tails for a lot of the ETFs and stocks like Microsoft and Amazon, you're going to have to like this properties and not show the pre-market. But the dev team is aware of it. They got rid of it, and for some reason on this build, it's come back. Ooh. How's the audio now, guys? How is the audio now? Hmm. Interesting. Well, you know what? This mic just disappeared. I mean, I didn't turn it off, but the mic just disappeared. Okay. So what I was saying, probably missed all what I was talking about with Sky Q then. I'm waiting to see whether or not this can get down to the VWAP area. Maybe the VWAP will act as support. Okay. Maybe it'll act as support. But I was also amazed to see that there were shorts available for it, 200,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers for this. Speaking of the VWAP, guys, so here's the VWAP for the SPY and the pre-market. Well, this is the VWAP. So that purple line right there, maybe, just maybe if we can get through that, okay? Maybe we can get through that and might go on a bit of a run, okay? William, I'm sorry, I don't know if you actually did a little analysis on the LPCN. Sure, that's probably the only thing they've got going. Late stage, late stage disaster for LPCN, down 77%. This looks like a Poe play. Poe. Don't lose sight of LPCN. And you can see right here how few. I mean, this is the only one in the upside versus downside movers. Actually, it's not too active at all. I'm surprised. I would have thought we'd see a lot more on the downside, but we don't see. The Sky Q is in here. Some of you watch AXTI, and it's well, like the whole market. I mean, most of the stocks in the market are down, but AXTI just getting creamed again, and the low here is 43.60, and we are almost there. So if it takes out 43.60, then there's 44.38. I'm sorry, do this better. So 43.60 is a low right there on the daily chart. If it takes that out, then the next low is 39.85. So boy, I mean, there is room underneath, especially if it can take that low out. It's almost there. 40. Actually, it's underneath that low right now at 43.60. So we're at 43.55. Let's see if it gets clears it by a little bit more. A little bit more. That's the AXTI. Just wow. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, this was an all-time high up here at $71, and in 3 days, down to 43. Oh, okay, I'm going to make a little bit of a change here now. I'm going to stop the race. I think it's going to, I'm going to do now change from the open. Now this is not going to move. Why? Because the market hasn't opened. No, then it's the 9:30 open hasn't happened yet. All right, thank you, William. So William's analysis on LPCN, back of the envelope is zero. No revenue, bleed cash for the compounds in early phase. Okay, so as you know, there are always people like Poe out there who bottom fish. So we could not really find what the price was. It's funny because I don't even see they did a financing, but I guess you've got to look at a filing they did after hours yesterday. I guess I don't think our news is going to have it either. All right, guys. Hey, well, maybe look at this little spy move through the VWAP. We're only down eight points now. Who knows? Maybe this will turn into my favorite day. All right, guys, we've got about 10 seconds to the 9:30 open. Excuse me. Remember, tomorrow's a market holiday, Good Friday. So this is it for 3 days. I will definitely welcome the break. All right, CSTM. I put a price alert here yesterday. I don't know why. I can't remember why, but I did. You know, it's had a tremendous bounce is AXTI. Look at that bounce. My goodness. 43 to all the way up to 46, a $3 bounce. Now, is it going to last? Probably not, but that is a big bounce. So why no? Okay, I think this is a Sky Q alert. This is getting close to the V. Wow, look at that. So got right into the VWAP, guys. Will it really hold it? Will it really act as support? So why no data? Because open the top list. We got nothing. There were no large cap gainers in this particular race that are near the high of the day with other filters in place. That's the reason there's no data in here. Surprised there's no energy stocks in here, but COC. Sorry, I don't know if I mentioned COCP. No, I don't think I mentioned it. It's on my list. A fast track designation from the FDA. Fast tracks its oral norovirus drug. So that is COCP. Under low float, 9 million in the float. 12,000 times normal right now in terms of volume up to this time of day. Look at AXTI now. Oh, brother. What a Orica. Okay, so some of the farmers, of course, not affected usually by by the market. This is one that got hammered down yesterday. Oric low close too. It was a high of 10. Closed down here at 738, above yesterday's close now, of course. So on the move for some reason. Wainwright. Okay, Wainwright maintaining a $25 price target. I guess that's the reason for the jump. Not a low float, 99 million in the float, not high, but not low, certainly. See if there's any other news. I don't see any other news other than Oric pumping this. I mean, this was the news yesterday that they're saying Oric Pharma misses the best in class vote versus Pfizer and plunges. So that was the reason for the plunge yesterday. Well, Bed Bath and Beyond. Okay, Bed Bath and Beyond is halted, and it got halted for news earlier. Enters into a merger agreement with the Container Store Holdings. Isn't that TCS? TCS? Wasn't or did TCS go private? I could have sworn that was a symbol. The Container Store makes sense. They changed symbols. Doesn't look like they're trading as TCS anymore, if they still trade. SST from yesterday, guys. So SST from yesterday is so it's down a bit, not much, only down 18 cents from yesterday's close. The key level right there, though, is the 200-day moving average. You can see where it closed at, and a little bit above it, but it closed got a lot above it at one point, but it closed right at that 200-day moving average. That's the blue line in my daily chart. Yeah, Stack, which is an energy play, STAK. Probably a little float. Man, what I mean, look what AXTI did. I mean, it looked like it was going to have a massive rally from 43 up to 46. Okay, and then boom, and then right back down. Ah, I lost sight of the Sky Q. I want to take a short of this? It's underneath 5 now, underneath the VWAP. Don't often short stocks under $10, but see how this does. I mean, there's the VWAP. It's underneath the VWAP now. All right. Well, here's our VWAP for the SPY. Okay. Here is our VWAP right there for the SPY. All right. Now we've got some. Okay. So here's Iridium. So again, guys, these could be very interesting plays. Okay. So Iridium, these are stocks that are going completely against the market right now. Now, some of them are going to be energy plays, like this is an energy play, NE, Global, CRGY. This is not an energy play, though, IRDM. Okay. So you would think, you know, that unless they have some very specific news, which I do not see any specific news for, yeah, you're right. This is sort of a rocket satellite play, communications. So I guess these stocks are going to be, they're going to be alive today. Remember, guys? But guys, I mean, I just have my guess. So right now, this one is at $31, just underneath $31. My doubts that any of these pops are going to maintain. So NE, Oxy, HAL, I think PR. Yeah, PR. Don't think AESI. No, they're all is CTRA. Yeah, these are all energy plays. There's the AAPA, SM, all energy plays. Other than Iridium has dropped off now. Okay, guys, SST halted on the way down. Okay, guys, can you guys remember what was that one? Was What's wrong with my memory on this? It was a big one from yesterday, and I think We were looking for a 350 break. It didn't really happen until the end, and or in the post market. I think I got up to 450, even $5. Actually, yeah, I can't remember it. I don't know. That's it. Thank you, AGPU. Thank you very much. So I'm just looking to see what it did. Yeah, I mean, you can see what it did after hours yesterday. Right there. Look at that move after hours. Got all the way up to 436. It was waiting for a three. I was waiting for a 350 break forever. So Zen Trader X3 is a good question. Where do you go to learn the filters and indicators? So are you talking about the trade ideas filters, and are you just talking indicators in general? I mean, there's tons of websites. I don't use many indicators. Okay, I mean, the only one I got is the VWAP, and on the daily chart is the 200-day moving average. Many other people use many more indicators than I do. I think the VWAP is probably the 200-day moving average is probably the most often used one. But if you went to Investopedia, probably Investopedia, if you there is a lot of information on, but don't get overwhelmed by it. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, now if you want a sort of a quick way, you don't have to learn them all though. It sounds like you're new to trading too, because that's usually the reason why people. Usually, if you have some experience trading, you sort of figure out what indicators you do want to use, and you don't care because there's hundreds and hundreds of them. So Investopedia would be one. Also, if you, I mean, you could do something like this. If do you have trade ideas right now, Zen? Talking to Zen Trader in our YouTube room. I'm sorry, that last yes, I'm not sure what. Okay, yes. Okay, so if you took an alert window, okay, I mean, this is not. I'm not saying this is the ideal situation, but if you took an alert window and clicked on configure and then search every one of these. I mean, I don't expect you. I mean, this could take you forever, but if you're looking for the filters that we have anyway, just looking at some of the. Maybe this is not a good idea. Geometric. I mean, I wouldn't. What I'm saying is, I mean, you could look at this and go right click and then click on help, like click on it and click on help. You're going to get a very detailed explanation what a broadening bottom is. But if you like RSI, okay, RSI, a very popular one. Oops, it's not a geometric pattern, no. So if you type in RSI, here's what we have for RSI, okay, and then if you right click on it or left click on it to highlight it, and then you click on help, you're going to get a big detailed explanation about what RSI now this is understanding the 1 minute, but just in general what RSI is all about as an example. But if you're really into it, you probably should go to something like Investopedia, okay? But I wouldn't get too overwhelmed with understanding what we're learning about every single filter indicator is all about. I think that people get overwhelmed by it and they think they have to use them all. Now, granted, that is me talking, okay, who uses hardly any. But two, the VWAP I think is pretty. I would go to you can Google it or what the VWAP is all about. VWAP. Well, how to use them? And that there is no hard and fast way to use when to use them, how to use them. The only thing I would say is that there are many people who use the VWAP. Okay, that purple line on my chart. So if a stock is moving down into it, can it act as support? As a support area, or if it's moving up into it, can that act as resistance moving higher? Okay, I mean that's one way people use the VWAP. The VWAP. You heard me talk about SkyQ a little earlier. Would the VWAP hold it? So you can see what it's doing. It's kind of around the VWAP area right now. It did plunge down a little bit below it, but here is the VWAP area. Will this hold it? We don't know. I mean, nobody can say, yes, it will 100%. It's going to hold it, but it's usually a very important area to look for, I think, anyway, for a potential support area, okay? Or if you're playing a bounce, a resistance area on the way up. So that's a way that some people use the VWAP, okay? Same thing with the 200-day moving average. If you there's the 200-day moving average on my daily chart, that blue line. I mean, if the stock was moving down, 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 many will look at that as a potential support area. Okay, potential doesn't mean it's 100% going to support it. So let's just say this stock. I mean, it's not going to happen today, more than likely, but let's just say this stock got into the 200-day moving average and held that for a while, and then made a bit of a move. You can maybe take the trade, put your stop just a little under the 200-day, and see if that works. Okay. But I'm not a big technical indicator guy. I'm more about candlestick patterns and which there's all sorts of things on the internet about that. I mean, here we're talking, the SPY. Look at the SPY. Look at the VWAP for the SPY right here, that purple line. You see how there's a battle going on right now? A bit of a battle. Will the VWAP act as if it was trying, move into it, got a little bit above it, came back down through it? It's the area of the VWAP that is, it's sort of the battleground right now. I used to have it all, Ben Dizzy. You know, the I my in the early days of my trading, I had everything go. I had everything go. Every single at RSI, MACD, stochastics, you name it. It looked like a bunch of spaghetti strands on my, and I just couldn't. It got too confusing for me. So I made a decision many years ago to just eliminate most of them and get comfortable with what I see. So nice early call by Obi on the BDRX. I recall him saying BDRX, not OBD. Guys, again, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to go today. My voice is, I don't have a sore throat or anything. It's just I'm sort of losing my voice. Anyway, BDRX, you mentioned Obi in the pre-market that it was might challenge one. Well, it certainly did. It certainly did and has. Did you see that little 108, Monica? Did you see the 108 for BDRX? So yeah, so the space stocks. Let's just call it the space stocks. Okay, the space stocks are moving. So here's Lunar, here's Fly. I'm calling Iridium a space stock. I don't know what Ping does. They are not a space stock. Okay. Hard for me to answer a question like that. I mean, I don't use candles. I mean, these are bar charts. Okay. I mean, I just found the bar charts are easier to look at for me. I mean, look, for years and years and years, I mean, years, decades, I was, using candlesticks. And the only reason I'm using bar charts is because when we had this, when I was using this add-on program that we have called Go No Go, Go No Go required the use of bar charts. and I used it for 2 or 3 months, and I thought, you know what, I like the visual of the bar charts better than the candlestick charts. So that's why I mean, it's basically the same. I mean, it's not, but so that's all. I'm just so it's the visual of the bar charts versus the candlestick charts that I like. I mean, it's basically the same, but it's just a visual for me. Now, when you say fib instead of candle, I mean, fib is just a, pullback to certain levels. It's got really nothing to do with whether you use bar charts or candlestick charts. And hard to learn. I mean, it's hard for me to answer a question like that. I mean, everybody has, if you really get fibs, people who love fibs, and it takes a while, perhaps. So I don't use fibs, but there are people who swear by them. So it's not a matter. So if you're asking it what the difference, harder to learn. I mean, there's no. If I put a candlestick chart here, it would look virtually the same. It's just that I like the presentation of the bar chart. Okay, that's all. It's not a matter of learning, really. I mean, Kodak yesterday, guys. Somebody asked me about Kodak yesterday, and who yesterday? Especially on our daily chart. I just like the way these little, sidelines jut out, and it's easy for me to really see where the close and the open and all that were. Not that it's really hard with a candlestick chart, but I look. I decided to stick with it. I just like the look of it. Let's say so. Here's SGML. The high yesterday was 11. Sorry, 1321. So it gets above that. If it gets above that 1321, the next high is 1376. Keeping an eye on the SPY, guys. So look, the SPY is now crawling back over the VWAP. So far, that VWAP, it's broken it for a while anyway. Boy, Kodak through the whole number. Wow, this is really moving now. Somebody asked me about it yesterday. It wasn't really moving that much. But, big move today now for Kodak. The high, it's taken out that high right there at 10. I mean, it's too extended for me right now. But if you got in this earlier, then there's no reason to. Well, at this point, it's gone so parabolic. If I were in this one, I'd be watching like a hawk to see it trying to hold 10. If it if that got underneath 10 a bit, I'd be taking some off for sure. It's gone so parabolic, which is wonderful if you're in it early, of course. But imagine if you were in it a little bit later, the 960 mark, which is still you're looking really good. Look at AXTI now, guys. What a wild ride now, AXTI. Oh, Sky Q, that would have been an awesome short that I did not take. I just didn't trust it was chopping around the VWAP. This is now a VWAP break. No, I was kidding. I said, it probably won't get down to the 200-day moving average, but you never know. Now let's take a look at XLE. Is XLE my guess? With the market moving a little higher, that XLE must be dropping somewhat. Not much, but there's a little downturn in XLE, and I bet you silver is having a bit of a rally. SLV. Having a bit of a yeah, look at silver through the VWAP. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 9:56. So let's take a look at there's the Kodak still hanging over the 10.7 or the 10 mark. Where could it go? The next high, well, you've got to go back quite a while. This is back here. This is back in this is back in the COVID days, June of 2021, guys. June of 2021 when I got up to 11:30. I remember this. So we've got to go back 5 years. We got to go back 5 years to see another high in the monthly chart anyway for KODK. I don't see any news on it. I see no news today on it. Now it's had a bit of a run, not a bit of a run. It's had a nice run actually. I know somebody asked me about this. I might have been in a YouTube room about it, and yesterday it wasn't really doing too much. No question that this is on a run. My guess is that these stocks are starting to fall. BATL, yeah, starting to fall. These little oil and gas plays or energy plays, kind of like the Sky Q, Italian. I'm sure they're all stacked. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Oops. Okay, guys. I'm going to have to take off for what time is it now? 9:58 for me for about 10 minutes or so. Okay. I will be back. So I'm going to put my announcement up here. Okay. So on mute for a while. Okay. So this is something I just have to do at home. Some of you know why. So anyway, Okay, guys, I'm back. I am back. Zen, as far as asking questions, you can ask me questions all day long, but if but if you're looking for definitions of all sorts of different technical indicators and how to use them and when you should use them, nobody in Trade Ideas really is going to be able to help. Okay, so because well, for instance, somebody said to me, and Ben Dizzy said, "I'm surprised you don't use MACD." There are people out there that swear by MACD, they swear by RSI, they swear by stochastics, they swear by other indicators. My whole thing on indicators is, wow, look at Kodak. All I can say is I know it's over 10 now. Wow. Um, it's it requires some practice, to figure out what kind of works for you. Okay, there's no you should do this. There is no you should do this. The only thing you should do, and this is to everybody, is to have a stop loss. You know, get into a trade, you have to know when you're going to get out if it's not working. That's the only thing I'll preach and keep preaching. So to answer your question, there's not another channel, but you can ask questions. Don't worry. Okay, you can ask questions as long as the question is, well, when should I use a MACD or when should I use stochastics or what, because those sorts of questions are just not answerable, really. Wow, Kodak, what a run! There's got to be some catalyst for this to be running like this. Now, I think you didn't finish your statement, Madam. Let's see. Yeah, I thought. Yeah, look at that. I mean, look at that one. I mean, you would have thought with the Anna, when you look at it, look how many times it was getting into the VWAP. The VWAP looked like it was holding forever. No, I know. I know that. And then all of a sudden, crack. Not available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. So it's 10:17 now, guys. So I'm going to go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans and races, etc., that I am currently sharing. Well, actually, what you see on the screen, you can have exactly what you see on the screen. Whoops, I don't know how I don't know how William got in there. William, okay, it won't matter. Let me do it again. Okay, so there's my homepage link, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You can use my promo code. You will get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And I should repeat it, first month only or the entire year of the subscription. We have two plans. We have a standard plan and a premium plan, and the promo code apply to both. Okay. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas at some time in the future, use whatever code is on my homepage. It will change from time to time. Why? Because the company tracks the use of the promo codes. And if they see my code being used enough times, then they don't mind keeping both of these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room. And for those on YouTube, there's another room called the trading room. Way more action in this room, okay? So if you're looking for more interaction with other traders, and especially, if you want to come in during the pre-market, because this trader, and it's free, okay? It is free. This room is open actually at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. I don't, and thank you, Obi, as always, for opening the room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I live in Vancouver, so it's too early for me, but that's why Obi does it. I get on the mic in both rooms around 9 o'clock, and then I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always say later if there are questions, though. But when I take off, normally William will keep the room open. We'll hit it later. Uh, this is a Thursday with the market closed tomorrow, so I don't know what he's going to do. It might be 3:30. There he goes. Thank you very much. So yeah, today is like a Friday. So he'll keep this room open till 3:30-ish. So today this room will have been open from quarter to six. So excuse me, quarter to 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay. And if you keep scrolling down, you can get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is sent to you every Monday morning before the market opens. It is free. And if you sign up for it, in fact, today in our YouTube room, I think it's going to be Steve Gomez. So he's the originator of the trades of the week. So when I take my break between 12 and 1, Steve Gomez, I think, I just have to confirm it, will be taking over for me. And again, he's the originator of the trades of the week. So you can sign up for it. And again, it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section. Couple things. If you've just taken out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on the more info, education section, and then getting started with trade ideas. So mandatory if you just took out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have the program and you're wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you want to try us. You can always try us on a monthly basis. You can unsubscribe at any time. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. There are 15 videos. They're all free. If you're new to trading, it's not going to turn you into an expert trader, but at least to give you an idea about chart reading and things like that. And last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, click on my homepage link and middle section, the scans. So this is what you can actually see, and this is all I'm using, okay? And I'll explain what I mean. Large cap gainers, start of the race is right here. Upside versus downside movers, the little crawl here. This is a what? These are both, obviously these are two races. This is a more volatile race because the filters are not as tough. There are tough filters in here. So this is not as a volatile a race. Typically, you're not going to see too many stocks moving up 1% in this race. Whereas here, you can see you get stocks 3, 5, 10, sometimes 20% moves. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. And then here are some other scans that I'm sharing. I'm not using them right now, but I am sharing them. A momentum scan, a gap scan, a combo scan, and the William up and down scan, 25 cents, okay? Why am I not using? Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means, I'm concentrating on these for the time being. Maybe sometime in the future, I might bring back one of them. But right now, these are the ones I'm concentrating on. So if you have questions, okay, yes, it's a trading room. Both are trading rooms, but they're both support rooms too. So don't be shy. All right, guys. Well, good recovery so far. This is turning into my favorite day. With a big gap down, and then a recovery so far. And we've had a recovery for that started at 9:40, and what are we now? 10:24. So not quite an hour, but that's a nice move so far. Nice recovery move. So why you probably a lot of large cap stocks, are bouncing like this. They were down not because of any specific reason, no bad news on their own. No, it's not probably not an earnings play or any bad news specifically, just down because of the market. So a lot of these are probably bouncing. Now these stocks here, they don't care. They don't care really about what the market's doing within reason. These are just these low float. It's not designed to see low float stocks. It's just, but for a stock to move, percentages, usually the float has to be fairly low. So while I was gone, I can see we had a one nice one so far from our AI. That is FC. Franklin Covey. What do they do? Engages in organizational performance improvement. What kind of an education stock? I don't know. I don't know what they do. I've been around since 1983, so pretty old company actually. And it's an earnings play. Okay, now I see. This is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours, and now this is a great earnings play. I did not see this one in the pre-market, probably because it wasn't really trading much in the pre-market. But this is a great earnings play so far. And through the 200-day moving average, if you look left right now, the next high looking left is 2035. So possible it'll get blocked right there. You can see in the monthly chart. That's probably to me anyway. It looks like it's going to be tough to get through these two highs on the monthly chart and the weekly chart over here. So this could be turning into a bit of a short opportunity. I know it's an AI, it's from my AI, but as it starts getting into these areas, turn into a bit of a short. Not that many shorts available, interactive brokers. I mean, there are some, 40,000. However, here's my problem. Look at the spread. Here's the other problem. I mean, it's not trading very much. 174,000 shares. That represents 12 times normal up to this time of day. You can just see right from that, it doesn't trade very much. The spread is not great, 20, 45. This blue window I'm showing, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from interactive brokers. That's maybe where I've seen that name before, Ken. Boy, that is an old book. Unless I got an old one. The Seven Habits of Highly Successful People. Yeah, I mean that was a big seller many years ago. There was a time, in about a 5 to 10 year period where self-help books were just proliferating. Okay, guys. So somebody asked about the Stormer SW. Probably no news, but let's see what it's doing right now. Yeah, wowzer. Look at that. The high over here is 65. So probably no news. It's just, what's a defense stock, drones. So what's happening again? I guess people are piling into it. 3 million in the float. I mean, that's why it's doing the crazy thing that it's doing because of the float. What a short for SkyQ. Ooh. Yeah, a lot of space stocks doing this. There's Voyager. Well, guys, I mean, Kodak is, what did I say? I think you have to go back 5 years, right? 5 years to see the next highs? And that is, KODK. Was it Kodak or Kodiak the gentleman asked me about yesterday? I can't remember. No, it was Kodak. Yeah, I wonder if it I think it's got another 70 cents or so to get down to the, 200-day moving average for SkyQ. So you see Lunar in both of these races, guys. There's Lunar here, LUNR, and, up here. Okay, guys, if you have the issue that I was showing you earlier, for instance, if you've got pre-market data on your charts, like the SPY chart, okay, they do have the fix now, okay, to get rid of all those topping tails you saw before, and any other chart that you might have, okay. If you just right click and go to the properties and then uncheck the show pre-market and then recheck it and then check it again, those tails will go away. I wonder if it's just because I was on the dev version, but your version well, what version are you on, Pepe? Help, count? Trying to remember what I'm on. Help and about? What am I on? I'm on version 5.8.1. You're on the latest beta. I guess and it didn't matter. Well, you're not using the HTML charts, so it didn't matter. Is the beta the 5.8.1? Is that the same as what I'm using? It is. Interesting. Well, maybe the server too. But you and I think, are on the same server. Oh, well. Wow, look at this market. Well, this is turning into a an interesting day now. A complete I mean, remember the market was down about 12 points in the pre-market. Maybe not 12 points, about 10 points in the pre-market. Now we're only down 3 and running and a big, nice big bar there. Now my guess, I mean, William was talking about Tesla in the pre-market. I'm sure Tesla must be rebounding. not much. I mean, it got down to 263, and it's like, well, the pre-market, yeah, I mean, it is a bounce, but I wouldn't call this beautiful. Yeah, well, Tesla, yeah, well, it got through the VWAP and then came back down into it. Well, nobody can really help you on that. Are you profitable or is it moving against you? It looks like you're profitable. I mean, that's up to you. I mean, nobody can tell you when to exit. Right now, if you're following the wave, where were you in it? What price were you in? Well, if you're in at 1440, 1450 right here. Okay, so I don't know, if you got the wave on your chart, there was no reason to get out until right here. You could have taken some off. Okay, the first a bit of a downturn and flattening out, which is way above your. So I would have taken some off here, and now, but not all, and still writing it. That's what I would have done had I been in at the 1450 mark. Now the other thing is looking left. The next high looking left is 1659. I mean, that could, we're not that far away from that. That is the next high. I mean, there's the 200 moving average is certainly still high enough, far enough away. But right now, I mean, if you're riding, you could be riding this wave. If you don't have the wave on your chart, I think you should put it on, PI wave, and that helps you visually keep in a trade. And again, that's my interpretation. Okay, somebody else might have a very different way of looking at it, and that's fine. Okay, but had I been in this trade, that's exactly what I would have done, and I would be still in some of it. I would have definitely got rid of some right around here. But if you haven't got rid of any, don't do it now. Okay, I'm just saying if you've been watching this. Well, I'm glad I had the early Sky Q trade. It's all I've done right now. Wow, no kidding. My goodness. What is it over now? The war over? I mean, seriously, this is a welcome, fellow Canuck. Well, it must be something. I mean, it must be something. I don't know what's coming out right now, but got to be something. Fed speaker, really? I mean, that's the reason. I'm looking at my calendar now, the economic calendar that I put in. What time is it now? 10:40. So we've got so at 10:30. Well, okay, I see Logan is going to be talking at 11:30. I don't see a Fed speaker. I'm not saying there isn't one, but I don't see one. This is what I'm looking at right now. Logan talking at 11 o'clock. Maybe he's early, but Normally, these Fed speakers, they don't move the market like that. This is natural gas stock change at 10:30, but really, that's Logan? Okay, so a little bit early, according to the economic calendar, but what could he possibly be saying that would pop the market like this? Seriously. All right, so a proposal from Iran on the, yeah, and Logan's had nothing to do with it. So a proposal from Iran on the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, well, that's good to hear. All right, guys. Well, how about COCP? This was a big one in the pre-market. Let's see it here. But COCP, it had a big pullback. It had a pullback to a level that is interesting. No, I was hoping it was still over the VWAP, maybe going into the VWAP. So it's underneath the VWAP. So it's sort of in, for me, it's no man's land. I mean, 160 is the VWAP. So I was hoping maybe it pulled back into the VWAP and maybe the VWAP was going to hold it. Okay, Poe, I want you to keep an eye on LPCN for us, okay? This is the disaster du jour, okay? They late stage failure of their drug. They don't really have much else going on. No revenue, no cash, no nothing. As you know, these things can bounce. So it's been sitting at $2 for quite a while now. Okay. So I just want to, and it's over the VWAP. Okay. So just keep an eye on it. Really? Okay. Well, let me check my charts. Okay. Now they made a change. Okay, just a minute. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. Okay. I will be right back. All right, guys. I am back. So let me see if my charts are lagging. Okay. So I'm going to click on Lunar. Yeah, they're lagging. Yeah, no, I understand. I want to see the Kodak right here. 1127. Yeah, they're lagging. Depends on the price. Something more expensive probably. So, guys, don't rely on the trade ideas charts right now. Okay, we do. You see what happened. Too into it, but well, this doesn't look bad right now. Here's what I'm looking at. Okay, 1780, well, 1779, 1785. Yeah, there's a little lag here. Like the cheaper the stock, you're not going to see as much lag in terms of price, but we can't have that. So what happened is to get rid of the tails, which I had and many had on the SPY and Qs and NAS and probably Microsoft and all the large cap stocks, they did something to the server and that has caused a lag. Yeah, so don't rely on our charts, guys. If you have your broker will have charts, obviously you might have to rely on them for a while. Yeah, the alerts are fine. The real-time alerts are fine. All right, guys. Well, let's see what's happening here. Let's take a look at the summit. I'm now that we're getting we're starting to get a little sell-off now from that massive top. Okay, and now we're slightly negative. Let's see if these bars can at least maintain contact with the top of the wave here. So how long was that? That was from 9:40. So basically a nice hour and then a massive, massive pop of recovery. But for how long now? Give me a moment, guys. I accidentally yeah, launched that browser. Whoa. Are you kidding me? Ah, I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but I accidentally launched the Chrome browser and it got rid of everything. So let me you can still hear me? Okay. But you can't how about the charts? Can are my what I'm getting on my end is an echo, which means I've got two versions of the room open. Okay. I'm gonna have to shut down. All right, how about now? You know what, guys? I've got two versions of this room open, so I'm getting an echo on my end. So I'm gonna have to, even though I've exited, well, I know you guys don't have an echo. Maybe you don't hear it, but okay. I have to find where it is. Okay, I don't want to reboot my computer. So I'm assuming you guys can still hear me, and this, you got it. The room is open somewhere. I just don't know where. You still have an echo? No. This is crazy. I don't want Pepe to try to help me here. I cannot figure out where the other room is. When I hover over my Edge browser, it's showing me nothing is open. until I open this. I have no idea where it is. No, no, it's a huge echo on my end. So, can somebody tell me, is YouTube still Alt tab? Okay, Alt tab, maybe that'll do it. Is YouTube still open? It's a blank screen, okay. Um, Alt tab didn't really help me, all it did is well, wait a minute, maybe yeah, I may have to just do a complete reboot, guys. What time is it now? 10:57. Sorry about that. I just cannot find when I you guys can well, you guys can't see my screen, but I'm hovering over my, Edge browser, and this well, that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to just do a complete reboot. Okay, YouTubers, can you hear me and can you see my screen? Okay. Just please, I just need a yes or a no. I tried to do it as opposed to completely shutting it down and just resuming the feed. So let me know if you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. I haven't started the other room yet. Yes? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Okay, so now I'm going to have to get the other room up and running. So just give me a moment. All right, guys, I should be good now in both rooms. YouTubers said they could hear me and see my screen. Hopefully, you guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room. I have no echo. Okay. Well, Pepe, I'm going to tell you what I did. All I did was I just clicked on the my Chrome browser, the little down here, down here. You can't see it, but down here, and that's what did it. It's crazy. Okay, and now just give me one moment as rearrange some windows here. All right. Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that little icon from my down there. I accidentally clicked on it, and anyway, it doesn't matter. The issue for me now is that unfortunately I've lost all my previous winners in my races, but Levy, the market is still okay. So still hanging in there. Okay, since I left and still hanging in there, only down a little bit now. Big recovery. So I was going to go over this race right here, okay, and I might as well do it now. Let's see if there's anything interesting that's happening though before I do. Yeah, I probably should have tried that. Also, Pepe, just to for, but it was crazy. I mean, looking at my edge, I mean, I had nothing open, nothing open. The all tab showed nothing else open. But I guess I could have tried to do the end the task and then started again. Everything would have gone, but at least I wouldn't have had to reboot my computer. I guess. Anyway, let's take a look at this race, guys. Okay, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay, and two different races here. This is a large cap race with minimum market cap size, minimum float. Also, the stocks have to be near the high of the day. Let's take a look at relay. You can see exactly what's happening. Look at relay. Boy, what a you. I say this from time to time. If you want to print out this chart, this is exactly what you want to see the TI wave looking like. The only time that, if you got in down here, let's say 1085, the only time it really below the wave, the bar is here and here. Otherwise, you are just right. And this is a 2-minute chart, okay, which you expect a lot more volatility. On a 5-minute chart, nothing happened. Just keep riding the wave, riding the wave, riding the wave. Now, let's go over this race right here. So I'm running 4-minute races. Before I keep going on this about this race, I want to direct you to the user guide. By the way, how are the charts? Somebody said, just as I was leaving, I think somebody said that they were sort of back to normal. The one thing I should have mentioned is to do a reset maybe a couple of times also. But the charts seem to be back to normal. Yes, they look okay. 1267, 1266. Yeah, so looking at relay right here. Yeah, so it looks like the charts are back to normal. Okay. Okay, so as I'm going over the, as I'm going to go over all the racing aspect, I want to direct you to my homepage and scroll down a bit. Where you see the education section, click on the more info. No, no. Back. You see up here the user guide. No, I was right. Click on the more info, and at the top here is the user guide, okay? And if you expand this just a little bit, and you see where it says TI stock racing, TI stock racing. So all I'm going to go over is all in this here, okay? In this section on our in our user guide called TI stock racing. Because again, you know, when I go over all this, I don't expect people to remember everything I've said. So here is a great reference for you, okay? So in this race, what does the 6.5% mean for Roma? That means that Roma, since the race started, and I want to make sure, no, so I didn't remember the chain. Oh gosh, okay. Well, it doesn't matter. The race, now I want to stop the race. I want to just change it to the change from the, oh, it is changed from the open, okay. Because I'm running this race in the pre-market. So when I run the race in the pre-market, I have to do it change from the close. Then when the market opens, I make that change from the open. I don't have to, but I prefer to do it that way. But anyway, so unfortunately, I have to wait another 10 seconds. The race, it's a 4-minute race, but it takes like 30 seconds to kind of rev up. Imagine all the cars at the start, the Le Mans, and boom, the race, the flag drops, and the race begins. Okay, so we get a big one here. Well, what's happening here, and you will get a bigger one in terms of percentage move. Usually, I mean, Zena's up 0.77%. Not a big move, of course. But some stock could come out of nowhere, and so there's the SATL. It's up 1.72%. So it's like any other race, you know. There's a jockeying for position. When this race is over, in about a little over 3 minutes from now, a little less than 3 minutes from now, there will be a winner. And again, you know, when you there was a top 10 list here of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Well, of course, when I had to reboot, the race is starting from now, 11:14 a.m. Eastern Time. If you start running your race at 9:30 or in the pre-market, you'll have a top 10 list that is up by now, certainly. You'll have a top 10 list of stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see over here, Relay has won 2 races. That's what that 2 means. Again, this was full, but I had to do a reboot. So let's click on Roma and see what's happening. You don't have to, number one, wait for a race to be over. You can click on a symbol if it's at the top here, see what's happening. It may be setting up for you and your trading style. You see anything in here? Here's the Kodak. Let's click on Kodak. I mean, Kodak is still looking really interesting. Had a minor pullback here, but it still looks like it wants to move. But in this race, you can see stocks that have actually pulled back. Let's take a look at Lunar here. I mean, what I was hoping for is you might see a stock that is pulled back, maybe into the VWAP. Maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like to use, and the stock could have pulled back into it, and then it's popping. Stock doesn't have to be at the high of the day to be at the top of this list. It could have pulled back, and then it starts to pop. Let's take a look at the GBH, see if we can get one. When you know it. So every stock right now is still sort of at the highs, okay? But trust me, we don't know until we click on the stock and see where it is. So when this race is over, so Roma, I mean, it's a horse race. I mean, Roma between Kelly B and Roma, and even Kodak. I mean, Kodak could come in. Let's wait for this race to be over, another 30 seconds or so. So see what happened? I mean, Roma was leading, but it's dropped off. It's dropped off completely. It means it's pulled back. So Kodak, though, is looks like, I mean, it's another 3 seconds, 2, 1. All right, we won the race. So again, eventually there will be a top 10 list built from 11:15 on over the course of the day. So again, you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on it. You see it anywhere. You see any stock actually anywhere in this list. Click on it. See what's happening. I can't believe I'm not seeing anything that's pulling back. Maybe to the VWAP. So why are these stocks showing up? Why are these stocks showing up? Two different lists of stocks. Okay. So in this particular race, this is a more volatile race. I right click on it and open the top list. All races start from a top list window that you can construct. Okay. So this is the rate. This is the top list window that I have constructed. You can see how full it is. Okay. But why are these stocks showing up? Well, in this race, well, this top list window, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum were traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if stocks meet these filter requirements, they're going to show up in this list of stocks. Okay. And what I've done is I've sorted on the change from the close. So you can sort on any column header you've got here. So you can see the BDRX has moved 67% from yesterday's close. It has pulled back. I know it was a lot more than $1.03, but that's what it is. FC, 28%, Kodak, etc. Okay. If you have the column header, you can sort on it. So here's the change from the opening trade of the day. So Kodak, 26%, Roma, 26%, etc. Here's how. So this was the use of a top list window, and you can still do this with a top list window if you want. Questions like, show me the stocks up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that have moved the most in the last 5 minutes or down the most in the last 5 minutes. Things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. Just double left click, and that'll sort it. So and notice in this top list window, if I right click on it, notice it says launch real-time stock race. So again, all races start from a top list window. This is what I want to see. Again, it doesn't have to be what you want to see. You might want a different price range, or you want to add a filter in, or take one out. But I'm going to show you how you can easily do that using my race. But here's the beauty of the race, really. is, again, the race. Now, Roma is at the top here, or it's right up here. More than likely, the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close, you're going to see them in this list most of the day. But sometimes what happens is some stock that is down here all of a sudden starts to move. Remember, the race doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what has moved the most in this list of stocks since the race started. That's all it cares about. So, here's something, HYMC, that one of the big silver plays, it's up 3.8%. But what if all of a sudden, maybe silver takes a huge move, SLV? What if HYMC is up 4%, 5%, 6%, moving up this list of stocks? How would you ever know that? Well, that's what the race does for you. The race, again, doesn't discriminate where it is in this list. Just tell me what is moving the most percentage-wise in this list of stocks since the race started. Well, again, here's the SGML. If it hangs on, it's going to win this race. And it barely hung on, barely. 1.29%. The second one was 1.25%. So it won. It won. So you see how this list is going to be built eventually of the top 10 stocks that have won the races over the course of the day. Basket of stocks that you like to follow every single day. Maybe there's, 15, 20, 30 stocks that you like to follow every single day for whatever reason. You can do that. You can create what we call a symbol list, a watch list, attach it to the top list window, and then run the race based on those stocks only. Or maybe it's a different group of stocks every day. Maybe you do some evening work after the market closes, and you say, you know what, I want to follow these stocks tomorrow for whatever reason. Now, make sure it's a big enough number. You don't want to be like 5 stocks, but maybe 15 to 30 stocks. Maybe that's what you want to follow the next day. You can run the race based on those stocks. So hopefully this is making sense. You can create your own top list with your own set of parameters and launch the race on it. Now, if you don't want to start from scratch, like a race from scratch, here's what you can do. So you could take this race, for instance. I'm going to duplicate it. So if you load it from my homepage, I'm going to duplicate the race. So I don't want to stop this race. So I've duplicated the race, and here it is. And you check out the gear here. If I click on the gear, the race is going to stop. Now it's all red. And here's how I can make some real simple adjustments to the race if I want. If all you really wanted was a different price range, here it is 1 to 50, and maybe a different minimum volume, you can make the change right here. You can also click on the advanced, and you can see here are all the filters I'm using. There's only one more, up at least 2%, but here's your opportunity to make, you can make the changes or the actual numbers. So I can make my changes here if I want. And here's an opportunity to add filters, perhaps, that you want to add to the race. Maybe you want to get rid of this. Maybe you don't care about the change from the close being up 2%. Maybe you don't care. Okay. But here's how you can now start adding. If you did a search and you said, you know what, I want something else added, you don't see it here. You do a search and click in the whatever, maybe RSI. Okay. Maybe you want a 2-minute RSI for some reason. Okay. Here's how, again, how you can basically make the change so you don't have to start a race. You don't have to build your race right from scratch. You can take my top list window and make adjustments to it and then run the race. Now, here's the other thing you can do. Once the race is stopped, you can click on the gear. That'll stop the race. And at the top here, when I right click, show the race setup. Here is how you can control the race. Don't get too overwhelmed by all this, but there's 2 that you probably want to take a look at. The minutes to run. Now I'm running 4-minute races. You don't have to. You want to run a different time frame? Go ahead. Nothing magical about 4 minutes. I've just decided the 4-minute race is what I decided to do, and that's it. But you can pick whatever time frame you want. Now here is the other change you may or may not want to do. If you load this race from my homepage, you'll notice I've got auto start at time is checked. and 9:30. So that means that even if you loaded the race in the pre-market, you will not get any. The race won't start until 9:30 Eastern time. I have changed this now. For me, I've now checked auto start unload. So in other words, when I load trade ideas, the race will start. And I'm always loading trade ideas in the pre-market. So my race now works in the pre-market. You don't have to do the same thing, but that's how you can control it. Or let's say you get up at 10 or whatever, and you start that's when it'll start. Auto start unload. Basically, your race will start when you load trade ideas, whatever time that may be. Okay, so here's how you can kind of customize. Okay, so all I'm showing you that because now you don't have to actually like start your own top list. You can take mine, adjust it, and then launch the race on it. Now, this race is different. Let's see how many stocks are in here. See the huge difference? Now, this race here, or this top list that this race is based on, it's not a static list. It is a dynamic list. What I mean by that is that when I look at this one, this is not it for the whole day. In other words, these are not the only stocks that are going to show up in this list for the day. Right now, these are the stocks that are meeting the filter requirements, and there are tougher filter requirements than here. So when I look at it, you know, $10 and $70, that's not so much. Now the current volume, I want to make sure that the volume is at least normal. 200,000 shares, up 2%. But this is really what is restricting a lot of stocks from showing up. So the position in the day's range, okay? So imagine you got your daily candle, and I want it to be near the top of the day's range. If I put 100 here, that would mean the stock is basically right at the high of the day. So if I put 95 in this min, that means the stock is, pretty close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. You may not care about that. You might take that out completely, or you may want to put a different number in. And also the float has to be at least 50 million. There's no float restriction here. And the market cap has to be at least 500 million. There's no market cap restriction here. And there's no position and range restriction here. So consequently, that's why there's not as many stocks. Okay, now you can see how that list expanded. Obviously, what happened is more than likely some stocks got into closer to the high of the day, or maybe some stocks were just slightly under that 2% threshold, and they might have been near the high of the day, but they were slightly less than the 2%. You don't have, or maybe the current volume, maybe they were just slightly underneath that number, and now they are at that number. So, but that's all I'm saying is that this is a dynamic list. So if I were starting out trading, even though this is more exciting because you're going to get bigger percentage moves in this list, you're not going to get as big a percentage move, but they're a little less stressful just because you're not getting the big move. Doesn't mean these are bad to trade at all. It just means that look at the Kodak. I mean, Kodak is in here. It's in here also. Yeah, I guess you could say that code. Well, it had a pullback, but it didn't pull back to. I mean, a pullback to the whole number. Okay, I was hoping that maybe Kodak or some stock that we saw would have pulled back into maybe the VWAP or some of you will have a moving average on your chart that you like. If you go and listen to Steve, for instance, in about half an hour from now, he loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. You'll see he's got the 10 SMA. I'm not using a 15-minute chart, but he has a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, and he swears by it. I not as in love with it as he is. That doesn't mean it's bad, but he'll talk about that, I'm sure. So consequently, some of these could have pulled back into that and maybe bounce off that. So, if there are any questions, good time to ask. Pepe, I'm just going to ask. I mean, I'm just so intrigued by just because I clicked on. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to get rid of it. I accidentally clicked on this. I was taught this is our Slack thread here, but I clicked on that, and that destroyed it. I should be able to have two browsers open at the same time, though. It shouldn't have got rid of everything. Though I could still hear my music, which was coming from Edge. Anyway, it was just a strange thing. And I shut it down. I shut down Chrome, but it didn't seem to matter. Anyway, so William said that SkyCube is back to the 450 mark. Let's see if that's interesting. Yeah, so you never know. I'm going to put a price alert over the view app, and maybe it takes it out later. That'll be just over $5. So FC has been a really nice one from our AI guys. Wow, nice. I mean, it's been choppy. No question, it's been choppy. So I mean, nice in that kind of what I thought, because there were tabs open. Maybe I'll experiment later and make sure when I get out, I'll load Chrome again and look because there every now and then I do. Well, I have not used Chrome in a long time, but I'll close that, make sure all the tabs are closed. I didn't even get that. Normally, I get that with Edge. You want to restore the tabs. But anyway, okay. Thank you for that, though. Yeah, I'll just make that a note. What I don't understand is when I shut down Chrome, why would that have? Why would I not see everything that I had open in Edge? Anyway, because this is what when I hovered over Edge, you see everything. Well, that's not what happened. It was blank. Anyway, it's all good now. Yes, Doctor Spock, it is interesting. Interesting, Captain. How many times did he say that? And when he said that, that meant he was stumped. Sort of. All right, guys. So yeah, unfortunately, I just wish I had my top 10 list because the idea then is when you get the top 10 list, then you start clicking on the ones that one races before and see if they're setting up in another way. Maybe they have pulled back. I'm amazed that I haven't seen too many pullbacks into the VWAP or ever since the market went on its charge. This is definitely a strange day. I mean, everything I click on is still sort of near the highs here in this race. There's Merlin here, guys. Now, this is shortable for me. Now, why would I even care? Well, look left. The high is 843, and the day before that is 831. So we're getting into an area where it could stall. It has a little bit more room to run. Ooh, Monica, are you around still? Well, take a look at Merlin right now. Now, you know me, I probably want to wait for a. What do they do? What does Merlin do? Aerospace and defense. So, I mean, it's obviously, the top sectors. Ozzy, are you still around? Just wondering how your races are going, or I think you were able to load it right. And what time frame are you using? Yeah, 180 minutes. Did he ever explain? I asked Pepe that yesterday. I don't, and he said he didn't really explain. Basically, that's 2 races a day. Yeah, the positions don't change very much. I can see that. I mean, obviously, in a 180-minute race, that's 3 hours. Yeah, the positions don't change very much. So you might have the same four for quite a while, or the same three for quite a while. Well, it's four positions. Okay, so you're taking four at a time. So to me, then, and I'm talking to Ozzy guys, and if you're in YouTube, I'm talking to Ozzy. Then how critical is it for you to get in right at the beginning when you see the stock? If they're are like how fast are they moving? Because you know where I'm getting it. I mean, why would you need the money machine so much? Want to just run that top list and enter the stock, enter three or four positions and hold them for a while. Or are they volatile stocks? And they're probably not. I mean, if they can't be that volatile if it's the same three or four for 30 minutes or so. Could you give me the link again, Ozzy? Can you post that link in here for the race? I'd just like to take a look at it because I know I had it up and running yesterday, but I don't think there was nothing coming in it. All right, I got to look at this one, guys. This is getting for me ripe for a bit of a short here. I mean, look at that 843. What did it get to? It got up to 839. Very, very close. Up to you guys, okay? Up to you guys. But all right, guys, a little bit of a move. Now, I'm not expecting this to be a rocket ship or anything. So, but I'm sort of testing something that's sort of new for me. Okay, so that's about as can't get into it in any more detail. All right, let me see that, and that's just the one. Okay, let me just see what you're looking at now. What's interesting, so there are some cheap ones here, but I'll keep an eye on this for the rest of the day. I wonder again, do I have to there we go. I have to usually start and stop it to get it big. This is kinda what I saw well, okay, I don't want to, not gonna be critical yet, but I wanna see what happens, later on. Thank you, Ozzy. Is that correct? Well, is this what you're seeing, for instance, just out of curiosity? I mean, it says there's a 180-minute race. I just wanna open the top list. When you open your top list, how many do you see? I mean, there's only 1 right now meeting these filter requirements. So when you open the top list, Ozzy, is this what you see, just the 1 stock right now? ADAG? Okay. Now now here's the Tesla long. Okay. Oh, boy. Okay, guys, so it's 11:44, so in about 15 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. But in the race, interesting because yeah, if I wanna duplicate it. Yeah. You see these? Yeah. Oh, there's the AGPU. Interesting. You don't have that yet? Now the AGPU could be, you know, I'm surprised. Well, again, he's only looking between $1 and $15. So, all right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Sky Q, yeah, still kind of hanging around that 450 mark. It had a little pop up to about the 460. I have a price alert, I think around the $5 mark. I think that's where the VWAP is. So later on in the day, you never know, might get rolling again. Yeah, right there. I have a price alert right around the 5 mark, just a little bit above the VWAP. All right, Siri, I'm listening to you right now. Oop, how many how many Apple products did I launch? So here's Siri. SIRI, guys. Hmm. Wonder why Siri is having this little move. So look at the market, guys. So the market is really trying to figure out, okay, do we really want to keep going higher? I mean, we're making, lower highs right here, but we're sort of consolidating a bit right here. Does it really want to keep moving higher? I am going to put a price alert down in this area, 653. All right, Monica, we'll see you on Tuesday. Okay, so you're taking Monday off. Okay, I'll permit it. XTI, guys. The only reason I see this, I do have that one thumbnailed. So XTI make a little bit of a move here, a little buy flag showing up, a little bit of a move here for the AXTI. It's at the high of the day, well, not quite. There's the high of the day over here at around 49.47, but it's close. Of course, yesterday's high is 60. So, I mean, there is a ton of room if it wants to keep moving. Okay, now bear in mind that a stock like AXTI could mirror the SPY a little bit, okay? So look what happened with the SPY here, guys. I put a price alert down here in this area. So this may, well, let's put a price alert here at the VWAP and see if it gets close. Hopefully, it'd be nice if it held. Now, Ozzy, guess the money machine, though, what it would do is it would set an area where you're going to get out of the trade. Of course, you could do that manually, but when you don't have very many coming at you, I suppose. And it obviously doesn't matter. It just matters if it's the change from the open, obviously not the change from the close. Because this stock is down, or is it looking for longs and shorts? No, it can't be, can it? It has to be one or the other. Now we're picking up steam a little bit, guys. Here, a little bit of steam on the SPY being picked up. Let's see if this if that holds. The VWAP holds it. Okay, 11:52. So you have to be staring at this, obviously, because it doesn't matter about a top 10 list. There'll only be two. There'll only be two winners for the day. Well, guys, AXTI is making a move now. AXTI making a move. Okay, making the move. So far anyway, it hasn't been affected by what the market's doing. Okay, it's moving on its own and it's picking up steam here. So FCC, or sorry, FCC, not the FCC. FC is this is an AI trade. Looks a lot, obviously a lot less choppy on the 5-minute chart than it does on a 2-minute chart. Don't think it ever breached the, yeah, never got below the VWAP. Okay. Okay, this is a halted stock, APUS, and halted on the way up. No, hardly any volume, 31,000. Boy, AXTI, guys, I mean, a huge area will be this $50 level. Big psychological number to try to get through, or will it just be blocked right there at 50? Okay, I'm going to put my announcement up. Steve is not in our room yet, but I'm going to put my announcement up. Be prepared for when he does show up. And I'll put the YouTube link in here so you guys can head over and listen to Steve. I can, yes. Now, Ozzy, if it's about all those questions that you've been asking, you know I can't help you. Not that I don't want to, but I have no idea. But if it's about that, so I just put test in, okay? Okay. All right, guys, just waiting for Steve to show up. Aha, look what happened. Look what happened, guys. That red bar, remember it's a 5-minute bar, and guess what? It was red, 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 and then all of a sudden some buying came in and closed it at the top. So it was blue. Now, another red bar forming. But, the buyers definitely stepped in at the bottom here. For how long, though? For how long? Put a price alert right at the bottom of the bar. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. That's what I thought, Ozzy. Okay. Thank you. You know what happened is my thumbnail charts for the ones I had thumbnail before. What is that? What was the disaster? Poe, the one that I asked you to take a look at, the one that was sitting around $2. Thank you, LPCN. Okay, I want to re-thumbnail it. Wow, still hanging around 2. Interesting. Well, but you never know, right, Paul? I mean, it's a phase 3 reject. Absolutely. You never know. Later on in the day, maybe people watching that at $2 and nice consolidation there and say, you know what? Oh, I hear a little clackety clack. Steve is in our YouTube room right now. So, guys, I am going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour from now. And now, Fun with Markets by Steve Blum.
Hey, I snuck in on you.
You did. I didn't. I only heard the clackety clack. I didn't hear the telltale pop. That means somebody's coming into the room. Yeah. So, having fun?
Actually, yeah, it's been okay. I've been on the right side of the goofiness this time. So
Okay. Always, it's nice to be on the right side of the goofiness.
Yeah, you just got to be contrarian, and then you get a crazy headline overnight, and it gaps the other way for you. So
Yeah. What a move, though. I mean, what a move at 10:35.
yeah, it was
And
just another headline. But Andy and I are lamenting over here that we're watching oil just creep back higher. So it really all does predicate
yeah,
on oil. So
exactly. All right. So you have to, I know you have your, or is it canceled for today because it's a holiday tomorrow? Or do you
no,
have
there's
your
no
meeting at?
cancel. There's no
Okay.
cancel. I'm going to follow up on that chart thing again. It looks like it's heading in the right direction.
Yeah. So, as I said in our Slack thread, I mean, if it's an either or situation, that we have slow charts but no tails, then let's keep the tails and keep the charts still rapid.
Well, that's interesting. I'll bring that up because that is a good point. But I'm not
Oh yeah,
experiencing
I mean,
personally. I'm not experiencing slow charts. So it might be again. They might be they might be segmenting the user groups, and they need to know that. So I'll tell them.
and it wasn't just me, Steve. It was Pepe and others in the room.
Gotcha.
They said,
Yeah.
"Hey," so it wasn't
Yeah.
just me. And the other thing about the tails, I mean, if you just delete, well, just don't look at pre-market data, then they disappear. But
Right, but that doesn't work for everybody because a lot of
no,
people like to see
exactly, it
pre-market.
doesn't work for me. But anyway, I'll let you go, and I'll see you in about 15 minutes from now.
Okay, sounds good. All right, let me switch on over to the right YouTube channel. Put that on mute, and I can see your guys's your comments, your chats. So happy end of the week day to everybody. There's no trading tomorrow if you're not aware. Banks, however, are open. Mail's coming, but the market has always been kind to Good Friday. Catch up there. All right. So as I was explaining to Barry a little earlier, I cleared I made a video on this too yesterday. I cleared the decks, and it was a great thing to do mentally because I've been getting really chopped up in this mess here. And then I finally said enough. And so I sat in cash through all of this, thankfully, and just kind of watched it breeze by. And the important thing is trading my 401k. I'm not using leverage. I'm not using margin. It's a cash account. So having cash means you've got ideas to deploy that are new and fresh. And if you're locked up in your old miserable trades that are red and they're going down on you every day and you're just sitting there waiting for the reversal, you have no ability to kind of clear the decks and start fresh with some new basis points and some new position points. So I was just kind of waiting for that day. And as I said to Barry, I got lucky. I took about a 50% load of ideas on the close of this day here, which was Monday. Overnight, got a great gift. And the minute we started moving higher, we had some headlines, of course. I can't remember. There's too many. Started buying things that I liked and then faded into yesterday and sold about half again. So I came in today again with a half basket of cash to deploy things. And, Andy pointed out, and might thankfully so, the market gap down here in the NASDAQ. And look, here's our favorite 5-day moving average creating some congestion here. Then we got way above it. And then the headlines of the ridiculous, whatever that was last night on TV, dropped us back down again. And we fell right into support of the crucial 135-day moving average. So the minute we started ticking off that with green, I started looking for some things to buy. I noticed that URA, the uranium stocks, were having a good pop from the open, and silver miners. I didn't chase any silver miners. I thought about CDE, but I didn't. I did, however, Patrick, buy some PSLV on that moment in time. Bought PSLV right off the open, right about there. We'll see as I'm speaking. Look at how crucial this pinch play is here. So it pinched with the 10 SMA. This is why I use these two indicators, you guys. Perfect pinch wedge. Pulled back, wicked, spiked below the 5-day moving average I just spoke about. Love to see this thing go to highs. If it does that, I'm taking it into the long 3-day weekend, Patrick. Why the hell not? Maybe I'll get a lottery ticket. But back to UEC, I noticed the uranium stocks were strong, so I bought some out of the gate right here, UEC. I'm kicking myself. Dan talks about Kodak all the time, and I was watching it. I looked at that little pull down, and it was kind of just sitting there at 9:15. And I thought about it, and I talked myself out of it. It was a little too early for me. First candle. Regret. I'm dealing with regret all day long. It's a good exercise to learn how to not pull up the chart you didn't buy 100 times during the day and waste your energy on it. I get guilty of doing that. So great not to hold anything overnight. Was my best day this week. Yeah, too much holding overnight got me in the other stuff. Nibis was one that I did hold off the nice bounce, but as we drifted into the after hours, Patrick, we were talking about, I used my phone on the couch after that ridiculous speech, and I said, I got to thin something out here. I don't like the way the market's reacting to this address. So I took profits, whatever I had left in Nibius. I kind of regret I didn't buy it back this morning, but I sold it at 99 after hours last night. So regardless, deployed a few things. I've been long Tesla. I'm going to stay long Tesla. They got a big gap down this morning. I guess their production numbers came out and may have missed a little bit, but my basis is really good in this one. This is one of the ones I took home on that day when number one, and then I added to it yesterday. So my basis is down here. And I start getting egotistical about these trades. Like, boy, if I could just hold on to this basis, then 2 months from now, I can look back and go, yeah, I bought Tesla at 360. Okay, yes, hello, excellent. I'm glad you showed up. If I recall, Andre, you had a multi-strategy that you were trying to figure out how to use. And let me see if I can find the email. No, hang on a second. What was the email that you came in with yesterday? And I can look up the email and I can pull aside that cloud link, because you're not able to post a cloud link in here, but I can start with what you sent me yesterday, and we can kind of work through it for what it is you want to see. So like I said, you get first priority here for the hour, because this is supposed to be support, not just me rambling about the market. I might have it in my cloud, though. I don't know if I do. I'll take a look at that real quick while I wait for your email. No, it's not either one of these. No, still can't find the email. Right, yeah, that's what I want to do. But can you give me the email? Can you type your email in there, and I'll copy it, and I'll go and I'll dig up the email so I can open the cloud link that you sent me, and then we can work through it, because I don't have it in my cloud bank here, because I didn't save it. I was quickly going through the emails and I couldn't find it. No, not that one. I'm still looking for your email, but if you give me your email address, I can search it or the chat or whatever we were talking about. Yes, it was a chat, but I can find it. Yes, I can see your text. Can you hear me? So I can look up your chat and we can start from there. Great. I need to look up your email that you came in yesterday with on the chat. That way I can pull up what you sent me and we can start working on it. Okay, I'm not. Okay, I guess you can't post an email. Okay, got it. My bad. Let me just search through some keywords here. Gosh, is there a name I can search? We've got so many emails. I'm having a hard time just locating it by itself. You wouldn't believe how many emails we have. I just need a clue of some. Okay, you just emailed me. Perfect. Okay, found it. And let's see. I think you gave me. Okay, maybe you never gave me. Okay, so here's what we need to do. On the same email, because you can't send it in the chat, but I saw a picture of what you have, but I can get a copy of what you have if you just simply do this. If you right click and you go down to save in any scan, well, the first thing, actually, hold on a second. If I recall, what we need for you to do is you've got load from cloud. You've got some ideas in here. So all you need to do is just, highlight one and then click load. And then it loaded like this. That's the first step. Once you've got your scan loaded, I want to have a look at it. And you do that by saving and sharing. You copy, and then this copy link you can drop into the email and you can email back to me. But looking at the email, the first image you sent me, you've got 3 multi-strategies saved with the same name. So you have like 3 duplicates. And I'll do it again here. You just need to go File, Load from Cloud, and just pick one of them and just highlight it and then click Load. And that will load your scan. Hopefully that works for the starting point for you. But what I was going to help you with was what you're scanning for, and maybe I can, suggest some better configurations. But we first need to open it up. They're loaded now. Okay. It looked like they were all 3 duplicates, but do this with one of them. All right. Right click inside the scan and then do this save or share to cloud menu. You're good with your scans. Okay, so where do you want to go from here? I was just going to take a look at them and see if you needed more help with them, but if not, perfect. But, you know, I'll be here for 45 minutes, just 40 minutes. Just let me know what you want to get started on, because I know it was a bit overwhelming. You're not the only person that says that. Oil will not pull back. I need help setting up chart tables. Chart tables. Okay, I think I know what you mean. That would be like a new, it's called a top list window. Yeah, so this is called a top list window. And they're different from alert windows. I'll show you the difference right now. You see the alert window has an A in there, and the top list window has a T. Oops. No, I'm not on the right track. Where's all my windows? Oh, there we go. I'm correct. Okay. So hold on a second. So these alert windows, they're coming through in real time. If you want my overall layout, I mean, I can give you that too, but I know you're new, and to understand the difference between the two, when you go to right click and configure a configuration of an alert window, it's not just filters. That's what the other chart is, the top list. We have to have an alert. It's usually new high, new low, new 30-minute low, and those will come through in real time. And as you can see, we're getting a lot of red at the moment. You know, there's a lot of tickers hitting new 30-minute lows as we speak here. Those are all 30-minute lows. But then we've got this, or, you know, this over here is more like a watch list. And these top list windows is also one of these right here. These are more sorted by how you want to double click and sort them like a spreadsheet up top. And so this is my liked, these are all my favorite stocks. I just keep an eye on them, and it's double click change from the close. I can happily give you my overall layout. The top list windows, however, are just a list of filters. And so we've got a bunch of filters in here, and you can go through and you can look at them yourself individually, or you can look at the summary, but you'll see how I've built them. This is something that's basically green on all time frames. So if I click into the last one in there, it's going to be green on all time frames. It's doing something. So let me, let's see here, put those there. Now, since this is my favorite watch list, it's not, gosh dang it, it's not going to translate because it's a symbol list. You can put your own watch list names in there. And then lastly, I've got my sector ETF, which is right here, which is also a watch list, top list as we call them. And why is that all messy? I'm gonna reload my layout here. I'm gonna load window. Sorry, load layout, and just restart this whole thing. And then I'll share it with you. I'll show you how you share using the cloud. But again, reminder that a couple of these windows might be blank for you because this one over here on the left is my liked symbols. And this one over here is also a sector ETF. I've got a bunch of ETFs in there, but all the other ones will translate. And so I can give this to you by simply saving to the cloud. And then everything here is open. I click entire layout. Everything is enabled. I'm going to save it with you and anybody else that wants it. And then there's the copy. And I can drop it into you guys. There you go for both of you, Pragman and Andre. You have your strategies. Do I need a top list? It depends on how you want to look at it. What you sent me, and I can't open it unless you send me the cloud link to it. So I don't know what's inside of there. But a multi-strategy is going to be a bunch of alerts. So like if I wanted to combine this alert and another alert, you put them into an M window, which is what you have created. And that multi-strategy window, I'll give you an example. I'll find an M window in my library. Daily candles. So the M window, you have to delineate in this long menu, doji patterns, hammer patterns, flipped, and green bar reversal. These are all 4 alerts crammed into one simple window to efficiently save space. And so your M windows are what you've created. So whatever you've got strategies. And from the top strategy, you go into configure 3 menus over. I know it's crazy, but from there, you can start to configure the way you want. Mine, I don't use any M windows on the desktop. I've got them all segmented and parsed out individually. So if you want a top list, it depends on what you want to see. If you tell me, like, if you wanted to see something in a top list, like a Excel spreadsheet format, keep in mind that they only update every 30 seconds per name. So each symbol will update every 30 seconds and give you a refresh on that. Okay, perfect. Great question. So let me bring up that multi-strategy again. M window. The same one I used before. So you got 4 ideas in here. So from the strategies menu, you can individually control each one of your strategies. But look at what let's say I want to bring this hammer. Let's say I want to bring this hammer notification. If I want to bring this hammer scan and remove it from the combined multi-strategy, that's what you're asking. Notice that we've got the submenu of hammer at the very bottom, open an alert window. Now I have converted that to an alert window. There's nothing coming through there, so let's try another example. There's only 3 items that have come through today. Let's do a doji. So if we wanted to open the doji segment of the multi-strategy, we can click right here and it duplicates it, and it shows us the last one that came through. So CSHI was the last daily doji that came through, and that's how you can segment and parse out an M window. Just go to them individually, and at the bottom of each menu individually, you can open one. Now, once you've done a couple of those and you start to create the layout that you want, Andre, it's really important to do this one step right here. You want to lock in all the changes you've made, because if you just exit the program and don't save your work, you're going to have to do it over. So it's wise to just come to File, Save Layout, and just default layout, save as your default layout. And that will make sure that all of your changes stick. Where do we start? Where do we start what? You asked about breaking your strategies down. How do I parse them out individually and show 3 different windows? I just showed that, so hopefully that made sense. to break them individually. Okay. I thought you saw. I might have a different one to work with this time. Let's see. No, I don't want that one. So I'm going to load an M window once again, like you have. If I wanted to see anyone that's checked is going to be active. So if I wanted to see this one outside of that box, I just highlight that menu and I go open alert window, and that creates an alert window for me. Is that working for you? Sure. So again, this is a symbol list, and it should come over for you. It's basically just showing me the S&P. Right now, there's a red stream of sellers in the S&P 500. So it's a high-low list of S&P. This one is proprietary to me. It's just some of the names I'm trading. This one, the sector list, is basically all the ETF sectors changed from the open. Again, you might have to add your own symbol list if you don't see these. This one was created by Dan. It's just kind of a day trading idea for things that are in play. They're up on the day and up in every single candle. This is very important, the market pulse. I started my layout over. So starting it over doesn't give me all the back data. I've got to start fresh again, but it's showing me highs versus lows. So at the bottom stream here, I see a lot of red still. Since I turned it back on, the sellers are outpacing the buyers pretty good. But for buyers, we'd like to see this green line turn up and cross that red line and start showing us the market pulse. So basically a lot of stocks out there that are doing normal volume, I think is the criteria. You can break it open and look at configure. This is a hidden top list. It was in tree map form, but look, here's the top list. And this is a good one because it's showing you all the stocks that have a high list of short float. So in the short filters, anything that has 20% or higher is going to show up on this list. And then I've got it sorted by change from the open. And then if I right click, I put on what's called a tree map, and it just gives me the names in a bigger format. Like Lunar, that was a big one. It's got a 30% short the float. And so if it's making new highs and has a high short float, it's going to pop up on here. And then this is the single stock window that you can get your news and profile from and all the basic stuff that you want to see. Okay, let's see. I'll get back to you, Andre. Where do I find the M bullish daily candlestick? It was in my library, but I'll hand it to you quickly. It's just my library is stuffed full of ideas from many years. So I can save and share this example I was using. Back to you, Justin. All right, once I open alert window, how do I save it to layout? Yep, so I'll minimize that. So once you've got everything positioned where you want and you've popped your alert windows open, there's two ways you can do it. One is basically like I just did. You can save your entire layout to the cloud by clicking entire layout and then save. I'll just do that again. I've now updated my layout in cloud format. But the most important way to do it is to save your work. So when you start back up, your local machine is a save layout. This one right here, not the cloud one, but the save layout saves to your local machine. And you want to let it call it the default layout. And the reason you do that is because when you open the program, it's the first layout that pops up to you. and you want that to be the one that you just spent 30 minutes working on. So 2 ways to say, and then the cloud obviously is a backup. Like if something ever happened or your machine locked up, you can open up that cloud layout on a different PC someplace else because it's in the cloud. All right, let me see if I caught up on questions. It will explain. Yeah, so hopefully that was a good explanation. Problem. Again, let me show you which ones need your own symbol list. I've created my own sector ETF list. You have to create your own sector ETF list. This one's good. This one's good because it's the S&P 500. This one is my own list, so it won't come through. You want to save and share. Save or share to the cloud, that one. You're either loading from it or you're saving to it. And once you've saved from it, then you can go to the load from it. This one will translate. The single stock window will translate. But let me show you something, Pragam. Maybe there's something you want to see on this single stock window. Like maybe I'm not showing, let's pick an idea. Let's see here. Let's just go into the configure. And when you go into search, you've got all these ideas. Maybe I'd like to know what the average true range is. Do I have that? No, I don't. So I can put average true range highlighted and then show column, click OK. Now all of a sudden I can see the average true range. So you can add and delete things from this window as you like, but this will all come through for you. My charts will come through for you, although they shouldn't be on pre-market, post-market. All right, I'm going to do something. I'm going to put on the cues. I'm going to resave my default layout. So, Andre, this is good. I'm going to do this again. My local machine, I'm going to save layout because I made a couple changes there. Go ahead and overwrite. Yes, no problem. We're good to go. This one is good to go. You don't need any symbol list for this one. This one is my liked symbol list, but let me show you. It should be pointed towards my liked. And if you already have a my liked symbol list going, that's good. But anything you pull up, if you click the heart button up here in the chart, as you'll see, a lot of my charts have the heart button already enabled. Newsmax doesn't. But if I wanted to put Newsmax in this symbol list of my liked symbols, I just click the heart and it automatically adds. Another thing you can do on the fly is you can right click and say, send this symbol to a symbol list. And all the ones you've got open here, I can drop that symbol and add it to a new list, which is a nice feature. Thank you. All right, I think I'm caught up. See what crypto is looking interesting. Nice XRP. Okay, I've saved it to the cloud. Now how do I pull it up so it shows in a layout? I want my layout to show when I open TI. Well, so what you want to do is you want to, if you load from cloud, you want to position, close the windows you don't want, position the windows you do want, and put them everywhere in the arrangement that you want. And once everything's set correctly, that's when you go to save layout. So if you have to combine a couple of things, like you can load a couple of things individually, but the save layout function is the one that you want to use once you've got everything arranged where you want it to be. Yeah, so get everything the way you want and then save layout as default layout. It'll say, do you want to overwrite? And just click yes. When it says that, just click yes. Notice the S&P ticker here starting to turn green, which probably means we're getting a nice flow of bids coming in. Hopefully, we'll see. When I click off my individual strategies, it disappears when I select another strategy. I'm trying to think what that means. Is it going down here? Look at the bottom of the Windows tray. Sometimes things might get minimized or they might be behind a window. If you're losing the visual of something, try that. I'm going to try this again. When you click off the individual strategies, okay, so strategy, reversal, green bar. Okay, I want to open an alert window there. Okay, so I can put that down here. If I want to strategies, if I want to open up the doji, I can open that alert window. There's a second one. And then the third one that's working is bottoming tail. If I want to open the bottoming tail, open alert window. So then there's 3 windows. Then I would close the multi-strategy window. And what you may want to do is save the new windows individually. Okay, so then once you've got the 3 alert windows that are spawned from the multi-strategy window, just go in and right-click each one of those and save those individually to your cloud. You don't have to share, but just save. What that allows you to do is once you've got another layout open, you can add these individually by just going to the cloud and loading from them individually and opening them one by one. So it's kind of trial and error to get the windows open the way you want. And then once you've got it all selected the way you want, you save the layout. So think of the cloud as just having a way to back up things that you are normally just going to be having on your layout. But again, just try saving the individual components one by one to the cloud. And then from there, you can build the layout that you want by loading from the cloud and bringing those all in one by one. That would be the suggestion I have. Is there any channel best for new day traders? Well, there's nothing that's just going to give you everything you want to make it work. There's a component of learning that just, is trial and error, of course. And simulation trading is always good. But under the new docked channel bar, Obviously, if you're one of the premium members, the AI, you can do the AI channel, and it'll give you ideas of things that are in motion, that are moving. Oh, 2 times the ETF. Yeah, that's a new one. Interesting. I haven't seen that one. Those are only ETFs. Explosive winners is one that it can get new traders in trouble, though, because you pull things up and you start chasing. You don't want to necessarily be chasing. You just want to be wary of the names that are in play. You can use the races to try and see what names are consistently strong throughout the day. But again, I'll give you a scan that I think is a good one. This one here, all of a sudden just lit up with a bunch of names. So this is something that is good for day trading. Dan actually created this one. And then this one over here, like I said earlier, these are stocks that are in play, but they all have high short floats. So, you can keep your eye on this list of names, and these can be good for day trading as well. But these 2 cloud links and those channels I showed you are probably the best. But just be aware, you don't want to get caught chasing. You want to look for good pullbacks and good entries. All right. So that little blip right there, hopefully will turn into something. Maybe we've had a good pullback in a day. But again, it's a headline market. Stocks unhinged. Hello, how's it going? I've been buying some of this algo crypto. Interesting action. Andre, like I mentioned in chat yesterday, we do this Monday through Friday. Wednesdays, not so much, because Dan, the CEO, comes in and he has his own agenda. But Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, you've got assistance here in this live to kind of get you going in the direction you want, which is much easier than going back and forth in chat. Yep, close tomorrow. Time to go golfing tomorrow. Everybody else probably has the same idea, though. But I'll take it. I'd like to see this UEC do something. Again, I noticed early on, now this is right off my sector. One of the first things I'm doing, you guys, when the market bell rings is I'm looking. This has changed from the open. First thing I noticed was, of course, once again, silver miners, big move from the open, gold miners, change from the opening bell. And URA, this is the ETF for uranium. So I started flipping through my uranium plays, and UEC is one of them. So I picked up UEC down here on the gap down as they showed immediate strength. And I want to see it hold this midday pullback. And I want to see a nice push back to highs. Here's that SIL, just big giant gap down and just close the gap immediately. So this can be a real handy scan when we have big gap down days like we had today. That's the first thing I went to. But if I go into configure, when I share something, the symbol list will not translate. So notice there's an see, it says personal there. Anything personal means something that was created by myself. If it doesn't have personal, then it means it's over here in our library. So I had to build my favorite scans. I just entered them one by one, and here they are. Silver, gold, copper, uranium, energy, semis, silver, AI chat, quantum stocks, software, nuclear stocks, technology, small cap, airlines, banks, robotics, NASDAQ, more robotics, financial, gold, spiders, diamonds, China, retail, REITs, home builders, biotech, bonds, solar, bonds, steel, agriculture, healthcare, commodities, oil service, commodities, and energy. That's enough to keep me busy on an open to kind of see where the money's flowing sector-wise. Sure, I always like to look at charts. Okay, you've got them individually. How do I add more to my layout? It depends what you want to add. If you want to add something that is, shared from a cloud, you can load it from the cloud. If you want to create something new, then you would start new. But at the point you're at right now, I would definitely, if you're happy with the way the layout looks, Andre, save your layout as your default layout and let it be. And then from there, you can add new items from your cloud individually. If, like I said, if they're shared to you from me or anybody, or if you want to go to the new menu and create something new. Like if you want this particular market pulse right here, I'll just, as an example, as a training exercise, I can give you that as a one piece kind of a compare count window, it's called. And that is what that looks like in the cloud. And just so you know, if you right click that link and then say copy link address, or if you click the link outright, it takes you to a page that looks like this. From here, all you have to do is just make sure that you copy this code. This is the code right here to open up a new scan that I shared with you. So you copy that and then translate it into the load from cloud. And you'll see it's going to populate right there. So once you click that, all you have to do, you're ready to go. You just click load, and that will bring up a new starting from scratch, new highs versus new lows window, which is kind of a nice little tool to have. Doug, yes, let's look at charts. Let's look at, is it General Mills? Wow, interesting. I like it. It's had a precipitous sell-off from 49.50. It's way oversold down here. And here's what I like the best about it. You don't start picking levels like this or like this or like this, but once you've got these 3 days here traveling sideways above a flattening 10-day moving average, I love the 3-day count. 1, 2, 3 days above a flat 10. This is what I call it the lane change. It's ready to all of a sudden stop having this as resistance and become support and change lanes up into the 20-day SMA hurdle. So I actually like that. That's a good looking chart, especially for one that you might want to hold on to. It's not a momentum play. It's a long-term oversold play. The stock was trading at 54, even higher. Earnings behind them. Here's another concept. You've got earnings behind, and everybody that's just fed up and capitulated out of earnings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, that's usually close to being a turn, waiting for earnings to kind of wring themselves out of the last of the weak hands and say, I can't take it anymore. So that's a good chart. Yeah, I'll share the sector ETF, but my point earlier was the ETFs are not going to translate. All that's going to translate is the shell. and the settings of that show. You're going to have to create your own watch list and point it towards your own watch list. See how it tells us right here. This window uses a custom symbol list, which will not be shared through this link. Share your list with users. Well, it's hard to share the list, honestly, but copy. And there you go. When you are sharing with me, where do I go to pull it up? You go to load from cloud. But make sure you've copied the link address. Like I said, copy link address or highlight that URL that the link address takes you to, and then you go to load from cloud. Thanks. All right, Doug, you're welcome. Yeah, good luck with that. That GIS chart. That's not bad. It's the kind of thing you just kind of maybe put away and let it work for you. Now, I mean, as long as it starts to pick off its next bogey, its next target is to do the same thing above the 20 SMA, and to get the 20 SMA to start to flatten out. Then, if you can get there, well, it's definitely going to find resistance at this blue line, which is the 50 SMA, but it's got a lot of hurdles ahead of it. But nobody wants it down here. And sometimes that's the time to take on a long-term trade. Trying to find stocks within 10% of the 200 SMA. Yeah, I mean, over 10%, or I think is what you mean, more than 10% or within. But okay, yeah, 10 plus 10. Okay, so you're bracketing the 200 SMA. You're getting good results. Yeah, you're finding values. You're Warren Buffett trading down there. You're finding value. You could probably even put some good fundamental stuff in there too to try and see what people might be missing. Debt, income, things like that. No, I'm not sending this to your email. You have to click on that link. And when you click on that link, I showed you, it takes you to this page. And then this is the code right here. It's not being emailed to you. Once you copy that link, you go to File, Load from Cloud. File, Load from Cloud. It should be in there like that. And then you load it. And then it pops up. You just want to write, yes, the link in this chat, just right click, or you can click on it. Okay. I've dropped a couple links. It's going to be behind. I don't even remember what I was giving you now. Okay, if you click on any of the links, you'll get this page right here. It's probably the easiest way to do it. And then you highlight that. Once you've clicked copy, that's all you have to do is click copy. And then load that from the cloud. You'll see it's already populated. All you have to do is click the load button. And then you'll get whatever the link is that you want.
Mr. Gomez.
Hello. I hear you.
I know you want to get out of here.
I got to get going.
Okay.
Went by fast.
Have a nice golf day tomorrow.
I shall. I don't know where I'm going to play, but I'll find something to do.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Okay, well, yeah, have a great long weekend, and I guess we're back at it on Monday.
All right.
Okay, I'll
All right.
take over now, Steve.
Sounds good. I'll do it one more time before. I think somebody just reminded me. Here's the advancers and decliners link. I'll drop that in the YouTube chat before I bail.
Okay.
There we go. All right. See you guys later.
Okay, I'll take over the screen right now. All right, guys, I am back in. Oops, I'm back in both rooms. Man, I've got gremlins going here. You guys can hear me in YouTube. I'm sure you can hear me in YouTube. Man, my microphone won't open in the main room though. Okay, let me see if I can. So in soft reset. All right, good. I think you can hear me in the you can hear me in the main room now, right? Just get the screen sharing going. Okay, I think everything is good. Just let me know in the main room, okay? Because I had a problem. The microphone would not allow me to enable it. Okay, thank you, Pepe. And by the way, stocks unhinged. You mentioned you're looking for stocks between minus 10 and plus 10, and you were saying it's already at the 200 SMA. Well, of course, it could be, right? It could be because you're asking for the range, so it could be anywhere in between, right? It could be anywhere in between. But it's going to be between either 10%, maximum 10% up, or maximum 10% below the 200-day. But it could be at the 200-day because you're talking about just show me stocks in there in that range. So, Andre, it depends what you mean by individual training. We don't have, I mean, there is a way, I suppose, but I was sort of following your issue. You're trying to load links and all that. I might be able to help. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to create something that would say if you don't want it, yeah, you'll have to create both. Yeah. But it's doing exactly what you want it to do. It's going to give you anything in between, either 10% above or 10% below, and anything in between. If you wanted it, you'd have to like put, I don't know, if you wanted it not at the 200-day, but close, you could go in the min, uh, 90%, max 99%, as an example, and then reverse it for the other way. And then you'd find stocks that are within 10% below, but they'll be below, but no more than 10%, but not right at the 200-day. Like, what are you actually trying to do, though? Well, if it were 99%, so for instance, I'll just use this alert window, okay? And SMA, okay? I'm just going to type in SMA. Oops. Give me a moment. Yeah, so I'm sorry. So, for instance, if you did this, if you said the change from the 200 SMA, a minimum of 1, maximum of 10, okay, as an example, that would mean the stock has to be between 1 and 10% above, no more. It can't be less than 1%. So it could be, but if you wanna find it, like, right near, I mean, it would drop that 10% down to some other number. If you just give me a moment. Well, this will be within 10%, okay? If you use this will be on 10% on the high side, okay? It can't be more than 10%, but it can't be less than 1%. It'll be between 1 and 10%. Now, does it mean it's approaching it? Not necessarily, but, you're just gonna see stocks between 1 and 10%, between 1 and 10% above the 200-day moving average. And if you wanna and you do it the reverse by putting -10 in the min and 1 in the max, so it can't be more than 1%. It has to be between 1 and 10% on the low side. Sorry, that's wrong, that's wrong. Yeah, so you just flip it. So if you put -10 here and -1 here, that means the stock has to be between no more than 10% below, okay, and no less than 1% below, okay, by using -10 and 1. But if you wanna tighten this up, I mean, 10%, if you wanna see close to but, to find the rising one, it's a little more difficult. Okay, yeah, just do that. 1 moment, please. Alright, guys, so I'm back. So what time is it now? 1:03. So you might have remembered that I took this Merlin short. Worked out way better than I thought it would. I mean, it popped up again, but it got down below 8. Okay. And as I said, I didn't think it'd be a rocket ship, but it certainly gave me, covered some pizza toppings and stuff. And now it has come back up. Look at the AXTI now, guys. This one, I mean, man, oh man, if it's ever really was on a recovery mode, I mean, this is over 50 now. The high looking left is 60. It's over 50 right now. And this was such a at this point right up here, that's not long ago, 3 days ago, 3.5 days ago, this was an all-time high for this stock at $72, but crushed down to 41 this morning. It's to put on a $10 recovery, and you can see the AXPI right here, right at the top here. Okay, guys, it is now 1:05 Eastern Time, so I am gonna go over my page one last time. This week, remember, the market's closed tomorrow. Oops. Boy, there's some gremlins for me today, guys. Seriously, finally, it took a while for this to load. Normally it's instant. But anyway, so here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now if you want to, or anytime in the future. Please use my code. But right now, the code is 25, Barry 25. That'll get you 25% off, first month only, or the entire year of both of our plans, the standard and premium services. Okay. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free because the company monitors the use of these codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the trading rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and if you're in YouTube right now, there is another room, a more robust room. You can come in here, called the trading room. It's free also. Plus, this room is open. This trading room here is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, opening it up at 6:45 Eastern Time. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so the time zone is a little tough for me to do that. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9 o'clock Eastern Time, and then I usually leave this room. I leave at around 2 to 2:30. I'll stay later if there are questions, but I usually leave around 2 to 2:30. But this room, the trading room, is open today. It'll be open till 3:30. Most days it'll probably be open to 3:45, but on Fridays, and today is sort of like a Friday because of the holiday tomorrow. William keeps the room open. So on a big day, normally this room is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. So for those of you looking, you want to have some interaction with other traders during the pre-market, come in here. You can stay on YouTube if you want, but again, a lot more action here. Now, if you do take out a subscription, or you're wondering if you should take out a subscription, I would go to the education section, click on my homepage link, scroll down, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. Mandatory. This is the first thing you have to do if you take out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started. Don't have Trade Ideas? Start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about, maybe I should try it for at least a month. These monthly subscriptions, that's all they are, just month to month. You can cancel anytime. And if you're new to trading, Back to Basics is for you. This is a free series of videos, 15 of them, if you are new to trading. And if you click on my homepage link, I always forget many times I forget to do this. Scroll down a little bit more, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. Now, Steve Gomez was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He is the originator of the trades of the week. So you can sign up for it right there, and it's free. You get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And last, if you're looking for the information I am currently sharing, go to that custom scan section. So click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So here is the large cap gainers from the start of the race. This is the biggest gainers. This is just a wide open race, more volatile. Compare count, well, the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. And here are the halts for zones. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing, a momentum scan, a gap scan, a combo scan, and the William up and down 25-cent scan. So scan, not scam. So you can take a look at these if you want. I don't have them up and running right now, but you can take a look at them if you want. And again, you can ask me questions all day long. This is a support room as well as being a trading room. Okay, I'll do my best to answer them. If I can't answer the question, especially if it's an accounting question. Okay, so if it's an accounting type question, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Yeah, well, okay, so it's giving it to you. So that's what I would do is maybe not make it 10%. 10% is probably too. You're just looking for stocks that are you just looking for stocks that are close to the 200-day? Not right at it, but close. I would reduce that 10%. Then you can actually do it for both in one, say, top list window. Try five. Yeah, try five. I mean, you're going to get stocks, but they could be added. They could be added, or yeah, you restrict it for being just a little bit under, like we looked at, or a little bit over, but coming down. What did I have here? I think I had I got rid of a lot of. Yeah, I used to have one that was just showed in a top list window, just stocks close to the 200-day. I mean, it's simple to do, but it could be at the 200-day. I mean, look, the chances are that it's going to be right at the 200-day, pretty slim. I mean, that would be, right on it. I mean, so here's ZBIO. Would have to be at 20, 2317. So it's at 2177 right now. But I would keep doing what you're doing. Okay. Do what you keep doing. Like you've got a scan that's showing you ZBIO that is close. If you don't want it, even if you don't want it within 1%, put 2% then instead of that -1 or -3. Just, you'll definitely get stocks that are close, but maybe still far enough away that you're thinking, well, maybe they're approaching it. How is Sido moving? Sido moving? How is it? Well, it's 1 of 5. Wow. Won 5 races. Moving great. Too late for me, but it's moving great. The next high looking left. You still have room. 3 might block it for a bit. 3, the number 3, whole number. But it's too late for me. I mean, it's been moving, moving, moving. But it still looks good. I mean, look at the wave. I mean, it's hardly even on a 2-minute wave where you get a lot more volatility than you're going to get on a 5-minute wave. It's basically been hugging it all the way up, and the wave has been pretty narrow. TI wave. Look at AXTI, guys. I wish I had just taken a little bit, but I didn't. I mean, this AXTI. I mean, look left. Be really interesting to see what it does on Tuesday. I'm sorry, not Tuesday, Monday. I'm thinking Monday's the holiday too, but it is not. All right, Ag Poo. Let's see what. Wow, it's above yesterday's high now. Now it had a big run in the after hours yesterday, but it's almost at the after hours high too. I think. Let me just get to bring up a 30-minute chart. Well, it's about 50 cents away from the after hours high. After hours, I got up to about 481. That's after hours yesterday. So they had some news after hours yesterday. I'm seeing this at around 1734. I don't know if this is a big deal or not, but it seemed to appoint Kyle Okamoto as the president effective April 1st, 2026. Not to be mistaken for the new Blue Jays sticker. So that, I don't know, maybe he's got some following or something because that actually is that actually looks like the reason why the stock had to pop after hours too. Now, the grand sum of 1250. Well, they okay. They just disappeared. I was going to say there were 1,500 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers, and then they just got snapped up. This is my what I use to find out how many shares are available to short at Interactive Brokers. And I was just going to flash that screen on you. It said 1,500 shares, and like half a second later, they're gone. So they just got snapped up. So I was thinking, okay, we start getting close to this high here, or even to three. It's a bit of a psychological number to get through. Well, I may have been tempted to, but I can't now. There are no shorts available. I was talking to stocks on closer it gets to this high here, but it's struggling right now to get through three. Okay, guys, let's see what time is it now? 1:18. Look at this. Yes, YSS has been a pretty active trader ever since its earnings. Was moving down, 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 down many, many days in a row, weeks in a row. Had earnings, and is it since earnings? It's kind of well, it's maintained. It's certainly above the day of had earnings. 2381 is the high, so it has been very nice. Hasn't really been too affected by the overall market, not just today, but in general. Those are the ones you love. They're just really kind of oblivious to what's happening around them. Kind of like Poe. Why do I pick on Poe? Yeah, it's just too extended for me to go long, though. Stocks on change. It's way too extended. We have a 10% short float. Surprised it trades volume. Volume. It trades options. 14,500 options today, which is about 5.5 times normal. I am surprised that a cheap stock like this is optionable. So Merlin turned it right around. So let's see what it could do. I mean, the whole idea of my shorting this was that it got blocked at 8:43 earlier. Not here, but even earlier than that, it was up here. Yeah, right up here. So it turned into a very nice little short. But we're back up to that level. And if it pops through that level, then the next high looking left is way up here at 1017. So there's that's 843 and that's 831. So I'm going to put a price alert. It did get up to 849. So I'm going to put a price alert at 849. See if it takes it out again. And maybe that is enough to get it through these 2 days, previous 2 days, and maybe make a challenge at that high. Ooh, SkyQ is now through 5 again, but it's been pretty choppy ever since. Well, that's a weekly chart. So let's take a look. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it's above the VWAP right now, and a little bit of volume coming in. Look at the staggering volume today for it. 160 million shares with only 2.9 million in the float. Float turnover is 54 times. Yeah, we're just talking about it, Toby, ag food from yesterday. Just talking about it, how it's above that high of yesterday. It did get up to about 477 after hours yesterday. Kyle Okamoto is the new president, effective yesterday. That was after hours. Well, at least that's where I saw the news. 17. I think it was earlier. Oh, just a minute, guys. Well, that's actually on a 5-minute chart. That's actually a red bar ignored. Don't talk too much about the red bar ignores, but yeah, that is sort of a red bar ignored right there. Though it's sort of a red bar ignored. Meanwhile, AXTI just continues its march. Look at the volume that's coming in, guys. Look at the volume in the 5-minute chart. Look at the volume in the 2-minute chart. The volume in the 5-minute chart coming into SkyQ. And meanwhile, the market, well, it's got close to the VWAP, very close to the VWAP, but the VWAP area held it, and now, never know. We'll take up the high right up here. This has been a sneaky good trade from RAI. There's only been three. Boy, two did not work at all. I'm looking at the GSAT as a potential long, and it just. But the definitely the FC though has been a very sneaky good trade. As an earnings play, the alert was at 1958, 2187 now. So that's over a $2 move so far, which translates to about 11.7%. You know what else is starting to move is the CYCN. Let me see if that is giving us anything. Still down for the day, though. I mean, there was the close of yesterday, big day yesterday, but it didn't hold like it got up to 851 and it closed down here at 637. So that was a pretty big pullback from the high. Well, there's a side do now, guys, and there's the drop. Like, I did not take it. Well, I couldn't take it. There's still no shorts available. So those people who took the shorts up here, they're obviously hanging on. See if this any shorts become available. By that time, it'll be too late, though. But yeah, too bad this is not shortable for me either, Anna. Right now, ANNA not shortable for me. This is one of those Kelly companies. You got to be very, very careful. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, this is typical of 1620, 1710 on the bid ask. Not a ton of volume, 375,000 shares. Yeah, stupid float for sure. Stocks unhinged, 256,000. That is ridiculous. Don't often see more expensive stocks than this one. But here's the AEHR, 4210. You're talking about Kelly B. Well, according to us, they didn't, but I don't think so. Well, let's see. According to us, they did not have earnings today, the Kelly B, but no, I don't think so because if it had earnings, it definitely would be showing up in my IB headlines. So not an earnings play, Kelly B. Had earnings, looks like on, well, coming up next month. Oh, you're talking AEHR. I'm sorry. Okay. I thought you were talking about the Kelly B. Talking to stocks. Unhinged in our YouTube room. Well, I can tell you immediately if it has earnings. Yeah, it looks like it's on the 7th. Okay. Yeah, you're right on the 7th. But I'll see whether or not. No, again, I if it believe me, if it were an earnings play, it'd be in my Interactive Brokers headlines, and it's not. All right, guys, I'm sure things are going to get pretty darn quiet now as well, look at the CYCN, except for the CYCN, look at the CYCN exploding here. I mean, just mention it right here, 537. Wow, this is really exploding here, guys. So look at the volume that came in, all the volume that came in. CYCN still below yesterday's close. SPNT, let's take a look at this one. This is just over the whole number. And looking left, 22.15 is the next high, so I can't take that. Well, Shaw, there's yeah, definitely we've had the volatility. Talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. Pretty amazing day, I mean, considering the market had gapped down about 9 points, so the SPY anyway in the pre-market, and a huge recovery, especially this this bar right there. I mean, we may end up positive for the day after being down a ton in the pre-market. Okay, guys, I want to take a look at this AXTI. I mean, it's giving up the whole number, 52. It's starting to curl down a little bit here. I'm a little late. I'm a little bit late of the setup that I've been using, which you cannot see. Boy, that MRTN, did it ever rip? Well, you know what? It looks pretty ugly on a 2-minute chart, but it definitely came off that 13 like in a great way. You know, this could be interesting. This mosaic. I mean, the mosaic is again very tied into the what's happening over there. Phosphates, potash. Whoa! Look at CYCN, guys. I mean, the only reason I know about it is probably showing up here. Maybe it isn't, but just because I have it thumbnailed. That was one of the charts that I was wanting to follow, and did nothing, 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 nothing. All of a sudden, right here at about just after 1 o'clock, caught a little bit of a bid, and now look at the volume coming in, and that is the CYCN. I don't see any specific news, and typically I'm not. I don't know, William, if if your service is giving you any indication of why the CYCN is exploding the way it is. And that's what I mean by parabolic. You see how it that the TI wave widened and then it just shot up here. And now this bar is trying to catch up to the top of the wave. I'm assuming, Andre, you have left YouTube. I was going to try to help you, but I'm assuming you have left. So no specific news then on the CYCN. Okay. That's right. That was the news yesterday about this merger between this private company. It's an Alzheimer drug, I believe, between CYCN and Corsana. Of course, the lawyers are coming out and saying, you know what? We don't know if that's a fair deal, this merger between CYCN and Corsana. Join the class action suit, please. Well, guys, the Sky Q is holding. I don't think it did it win a race here. Did not win a race. Sure, it won a race earlier, but remember I had to do a big reboot of my system. So you're looking at if, and that's a good point. If you load any one of my scans For instance, if you loaded this right now, the biggest scan is from the start of the race from my homepage. If you loaded it right now, you're not going to get a top 10 list. Your top 10 list will start from from when you load it, which is right now 141. The reason I say that is people say, "Hey, I loaded your scan, but it doesn't look like your race. It doesn't look like yours." And that's because your race starts when you load it. Believe me, you'll have a far different, probably a very different top 10 list once it gets built. I saw my short setup for AXTI and I didn't take it. Well, guys, SkyQ looks interesting. I'm not in it, but it certainly does look interesting. I mean, it's held well over the 5 mark, and the volume is, of course, pouring in right now. Probably trade, well, maybe not, but 200 million shares. What do we have left in the market? 2 hours and 15 minutes? Possible, but it's sure things are going to slow down a bit, but maybe not for this one. Very extended for me. Okay, ProGem. For me, it was very extended on the way up. Boy, look at this now. The challenge of 50. I mean, will 50 hold it? I'm going to put a price alert around the 50 mark and see if that holds it. If it gets close there, it's only 83 cents to go, but it is really starting to give it up. Also, a little sell flag there, ProGem. But the signs, again, here's your wave, your blue wave, and now it starts to turn orange. So the blue wave, strong trend turning into a weaker trend. Of course, also you got to watch the SPY here, guys. I mean, it may not do anything for the, well, We still have another 2 hours and 10 minutes or 15 minutes, but I'm sure the volume is really starting to subside. You can see that on the 5 minute, but you never know. Some tweet or something out of nowhere. Never know. I use the term in a very generic way, Dean. So L2 L2 Ruru in 1494, when you say what happened with SkyQ, you mean why did it move the way it did at the beginning? This was the news. I mean, again, should it be up, whatever it is, 111% on this news? Probably not. But so okay. Oh, I see. You mean what happened on the chart for you? Okay. But that's why it was higher, trading higher after the company announced that it's in discussions with crude oil companies in Nevada about increasing local production, et cetera. So, I mean, that was the news this morning, and that's what caused the big pop. Now, how about stacks, guys? This is one that's just over the whole number. It just doesn't look good on the 2 minute chart. Plus, the next high looking left is yesterday's high, around 126, too close. Okay, guys, I do see that I lost a connection in the main room. This is giving me an idea that I'm going to be out of here pretty soon, maybe 12 minutes. Honestly, I didn't do anything. Yeah, the mic is coming off and on, or going off and on. Speaking of, I don't know. There's a pretty big bar coming down now. Again, will the VWAP hold it? I have this feeling it not going to hold it. If I had to be a betting man, I'd be betting that we're going to get a bit of a sell-off. I may be completely wrong, but all right. You have been following ELAB, I think, all day long, Paul. Oh, nice. Yeah, nice. What a nice move. Did some kind of a financing that we couldn't find the price. I don't think we could find the price. Oh, look at the Sky Q now, underneath 5. And the CYCN dropping. Not shortable for me, as usual. Okay, ELAB, these low floaters, and it's probably a darn good thing. Well, Poe, I hope you took the LPCN. You know, it was basing at 2. It's at 350 now. Sorry, belated April Fools. Sorry. I can't do that to you. You know, it's still sitting at 2. It's still sitting at 2. I'm just kidding. You know, this Sobo is getting interesting for me on a potential short, guys. I would have to wait for it to get below 33 though, so I don't know. And do I really wanna do anything right now? Probably not. It's 154. Good one, Barry. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I didn't know I was gonna do it. I honestly did. I didn't get up and go, "You know what? I'm gonna, tell everybody that I'm quitting or leaving my last day." I didn't know I was gonna do that. It just hit me, literally, which is probably the best way to do it because it was pretty natural. One that nailed me yesterday, is a show I watch all the time, pardon the interruption, and their first segment was on the ABS, the automatic balls and strikes, and they basically said that they were gonna have to completely overhaul it because it's not correct. They're missing things, they're measuring people wrong, and it went on, like, for 2.5 minutes, and then they said April Fools. As they were talking about how you have to well, they couldn't revert, bad calls or take back the bad calls of games they'd already played, but they did it in such a way that yeah, it seemed pretty okay. Well, sounds like it could have been real. So SOBO guys, hmm. Boy, this AXTI, I mean, it is going to challenge that 50. I just think it's going to challenge that 50. Well, that's because I'm a Barry with an IE and you're a Barry with a Y, right? We have some simpatico going. With this AXTI, guys, I mean, this is going to be something to watch on next week. Depends what the market does, of course, but is it going to have a recovery? Is it going to have a recovery? Will 50 hold it? All right, guys. Well, we're getting pretty close to the end. Now, for the people who are still in YouTube, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my homepage link in. If you want to interact with people, traders, until 3:30, you'll have to come into the other room because when I leave, I do have to shut down YouTube. I'll keep my layout up and running though until William closes the room at 3:30. Let me get, let me get my homepage link into YouTube. Show you how you can come into the main trading room. It's free also, okay? No way. Now, okay, is that April Fool's, OB? I mean, I know there's been talk, but I mean, okay, so for those of you in YouTube, click on my homepage link and you see where it says trading room. You can come into this room. This room will be open till 3:30. Wow. Back in. Okay, well, Baba, our new provider has been very bang on. So let me see with the NBI what they have, okay? But you're right, if they did a reverse split, I mean, that 168 would be very high. So let me see. But the new provider that we have, which we used to rely on for several years before, I haven't looked at it for so long now. Where are you? Dilution tracker. See what it says. Yeah, yeah, they still have the float at 168. So they haven't updated it then if they've done a reverse split. When did they do a reverse split, Baba? Really? Well, if they did it in February, it's very strange that our new provider, who is that's basically what they do, is they specialize in the low float stocks and all that. They've still got it at 168. Well, so you're sure it wasn't like 900 million before? Okay. Yeah. Well, All right, guys, it's now 2:01. So if there are no more questions, I think I'm just going to take off. Okay, I'm going to be here still. You probably see me moving my mouse around, but later around, but I'll probably just take off. I'll just wait, hang on for a couple of minutes, see if there's any last minute questions. Remember, the market is closed tomorrow. My last day this week. Yes, Barry. One day it will be, but it's not yet. Anyway. Hey guys, don't see any questions. So I think what I'll do then is, first of all, I should have got rid of that message before. Okay, so my screen will still be displayed until 3:30. Well, Barry, hopefully that won't be me. Okay, guys, so have a great long weekend. We'll see you Monday. Okay, the room will open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, Monday morning. Have a great long weekend, and we'll see you then. So I'm muting myself now.